move this down here. Right there's the name. Right there's the link. This is why we are here today. extra-life.org. Participant druids. I'm gonna get a shadow on it. It's got a shadow on it. Let's turn that off. There we go. The art you're seeing here, I made a couple of years ago. The first year I decided to do The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. There is clip art that looks suspiciously like this because I use that clip art for inspiration. Not gonna lie, I did. Though that other clip art is much better than mine. Mine is basically in the spirit of the original far more than actually trying to copy it. It's just like, okay, copied the pose, put some gravestone down. It's fine. Anyway, now is the time for the dramatic reading. As I mentioned earlier today, reading a book or a passage like this aloud is considered a performance. I'm reading it like an audio reader would do for performing it for like audible.com or something, right? Those are performances. The same as a performance of music is a performance. And so this sort of thing, this broadcast of such a performance is normally governed under copyright law. So, full disclaimer here. Full disclaimer, you can only read or perform a reading like this if A, you have the rights from the copyright holder to perform that piece. Okay? 2, if the piece is outside of copyright, or i.e. in the public domain. And so for something like this, as far as Twitch or other entities are concerned, cover your own butt, double check what's in public domain, what's not in public domain, and don't do a performance of a reading unless you have the rights or it is public domain. That being said, I pulled this version of Legend of Sleepy Hollow off of Project Gutenberg. And here's the link that I'll be reading from. I took the web page and made it like book size, so it's like I'm reading a book. So it'll be helpful for me. And again, what we're doing is we're doing the extra life thing. So definitely check that out, extra-life.org/participant/me. And you can go there and donate. Even a small amount can help. And later this evening, after I'm done with reading this, I will switch over to LotRO and play Harvest Math on a character that's never done Harvest Math before, so it's going to be fun. And the goal is, because it is an XP boost weekend, 25% for all accounts, not just VIP. I'm hoping to get her a level or 2 this weekend while the XP stuff is going on. Anyway, we had fun earlier today. We played a bit of Ark. I gave you a tour, gave folks a tour of the Crystal Isles map of the surface. Showed off some critters and talked a little bit about my plans of what I plan on doing with the server. So that's all going to be fun. And folks who are in this community will be given access to if you notify me that you play Ark, hello, or intend on getting Ark, I will give you the server credentials and you can join the Ark party. I'll probably just put like a special channel up in Discord and lock it so that only people with the Ark role will be able to get into it and be able to see the server stuff. I love playing Ark. It's so much fun. I find it very zen sometimes too. All right. Shall we go? Okay. So what we're doing right now for the next hour and a half, possibly close to 2, I think it's an hour and a half. Be reading this novel, the story. It's not a novel, it's a story. However, I put a poll up on Twitter to say, hey people, how should I read it? Should I do super overacted scenery chewing? People said no. Actually, some folks voted for that. For a while, it was leading the charge. One of the other choices was silly cartoony voices. Nobody voted for that. Nobody wanted that. A few folks voted for the William Shatner presentation of the work. However, the winner was the Masterpiece Theater style dramatic Ponzi received pronunciation. So that's how I'm going to attempt to read this. Please don't judge. You're welcome. Judge me. Judge my reading. We'll see how this goes, right? All right, here we go. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, found among the papers of the late Dietrich Knickerbocker. A pleasing land of drowsy head it was, of dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, and of gay castles in the clouds that pass, forever flushing around a summer sky. Castle of Indolence. In the bosom of one of those spacious coves which indent the eastern surface of the eastern shore of the Hudson, at that broad expansion of the river denominated by the ancient Dutch navigators the Tappan Zee, and where they always prudently shortened sail and implored the protection of St. Nicholas when they crossed, there lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensboro, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, in former days by the good housewives of the adjacent country, and from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Be that as it may, I do not vouch for the fact, but merely advert to it, for the sake of being precise and authentic. Not far from this village, perhaps 2 miles, there is a small valley, or rather lap of land among high hills, which is one of the quietest places in the whole world. A small brook glides through it, with just murmur enough to lull one to repose, and the occasional whistle of a quail or tapping of a woodpecker is almost the only sound that ever breaks upon the uniform tranquillity. I recollect that, when a stripling, my first exploit in squirrel shooting was in a grove of tall walnut trees that shades one side of the valley. I had wandered into it at noontime, when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by the roar of my own gun, as it broke the Sabbath stillness around and was prolonged and reverberated by the angry echoes. If ever I should wish for a retreat whither I might steal from the world and its distractions, and dream quietly away the remnant of a troubled life, I know of none more promising than this little valley. From the listless repose of the place, and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow, and its rustic lads are called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout all the neighboring country. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land, and to pervade the very atmosphere. Some say the place was bewitched by a high German doctor during the early days of the settlement. Others, that an old Indian chief, the prophet or wizard of his tribe, held his powwows there before the country was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. Certain it is, the place still continues under the sway of some witching power that holds a spell over the minds of the good people, causing them to walk in a continual reverie. They are given to all kinds of marvelous beliefs, are subject to trances and visions, and frequently see strange sights, and hear music and voices in the air. The whole neighborhood abounds with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Stars shoot and meteors glare oftener across the valley than in any other part of the country, and the nightmare, with her whole ninefold, seems to make it the favorite scene of her gambols. The dominant spirit, however, that haunts this enchanted region, and seems to be the commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air, is the apparition of a figure on horseback without a head. It is said by some to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper, whose head had been carried away by a cannonball in some nameless battle during the Revolutionary War, who is ever and anon seen by the country folk hurrying along in the gloom of night, as if on the wings of the wind. His haunts are not confined to the valley, but extend at times to the adjacent roads, and especially to the vicinity of a church at no great distance. Indeed, certain of the most authentic historians of these parts, who have been careful in collecting and collating the floating facts concerning this spectre, allege that the body of the trooper, having been buried in the churchyard, the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head, and that the rushing speed with which he sometimes passes along the hollow, like a midnight blast, is owing to his being belated and in a hurry to get back to the churchyard before daybreak. Such is the general purport of this legendary superstition, which has furnished materials for many a wild story in the region of shadows, and the spectre is known at all the country firesides by the name of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. It is remarkable that the visionary propensity I have mentioned is not confined to the native inhabitants of the valley, but is unconsciously imbibed by every one who resides there for a time. However wide awake they may have been before they entered that sleepy region, they are sure, and in a little time, to inhale the witching influence of the air, and begin to grow imaginative, to dream dreams, and to see apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot of all possible laud, for it is in such little retired Dutch valleys, found here and there embosomed in the great state of New York, that population, manners, and customs remain fixed, while the great torrent of migration and improvement, which is making such incessant changes in other parts of this restless country, sweeps by them unobserved. They are like the little nooks of still water which border a rapid stream, where we may see the straw and bubble riding quietly at anchor, or slowly revolving in their mimic harbor, undisturbed by the rush of the passing current. Though many years have elapsed since I trod the drowsy shades of Sleepy Hollow, yet I question whether I should not still find the same trees and the same families vegetating in its sheltered bosom. In this by-place of nature there abode, in a remote period of American history, that is to say, some 30 years since, a worthy wight by the name of Ichabod Crane, who sojourned, or as he expressed it, tarried, in Sleepy Hollow, for the purpose of instructing the children of the vicinity. He was a native of Connecticut, a state which supplies the Union with the pioneers of the mine for as well as for the forest, and sends forth yearly its legions of frontier woodsmen and country schoolmasters. The cognomen of Crane was not applicable to this person. He was tall, but not exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together. His head was small and flat at top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose, so that it looked like a weathercock perched upon his spindle neck to tell which way the wind blew. To see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. His schoolhouse was a low building of one large room, rudely constructed of logs, the windows partly glazed, and partly patched with leaves of old copybooks. It was most ingeniously secured at vacant hours by a withe twisted in the handle of the door, and stakes set against the window shutters, so that though a thief might get in with perfect ease, he would find some embarrassment in getting out, an idea most probably borrowed by the architect Jost van Houten from the mystery of an eel pot. The schoolhouse stood rather lonely in a but pleasant situation, at the foot of a woody hill, with a brook running close by, and a formidable birch tree growing at one end of it. From hence the low murmur of his pupils' voices, conning over their lessons, might be heard on a drowsy summer's day, like the hum of a beehive, interrupted now and then by the authoritative voice of the master, in the tone of menace or command, or, peradventure, by the appalling sound of the birch, as he urged some tardy loiterer along the flowery path of knowledge. Truth to say, he was a conscientious man, and ever bore in mind the golden maxim, spare the rod and spoil the child. Ichabod Crane's scholars were certainly not spoiled. I would not have it imagined, however, that he was one of those cruel potentates of the school who joy in the smart of their subjects. On the contrary, he administered justice with discrimination rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it on those of the strong. Your mere puny stripling that winced with the least flourish of the rod was passed by with indulgence, but the claims of justice were satisfied by inflicting a double portion on some tough, wrong-headed, broad-skirted Dutch urchin who sulked and swelled and grew dogged and sullen beneath the birch. All this he called doing his duty by their parents, and he never inflicted a chastisement without following it by the assurance, so conciliatory to the smarting urchin, that he would remember it and thank him for it the longest day he had to live. When school hours were over, he was even the companion and playmate of the larger boys, and on holiday afternoons would convoy some of the smaller ones home, who would happen to have pretty sisters, or good housewives for mothers, noted for the comforts of the cupboard. Indeed, it behooved him to keep on good terms with his pupils. The revenue arising from his school was small, and he would have been scarcely sufficient to furnish him with his daily bread, for he was a huge feeder, and though lank, had the dilating powers of an anaconda. But to help out his maintenance, he was, according to country custom in those parts, boarded and lodged at the houses of the farmers whose children he instructed. With these he lived successively a week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighborhood with all of his worldly effects tied up in a cotton handkerchief. That all this might not be too onerous on the purses of his rustic patrons, who are apt to consider the cost of schooling a grievous burden, and schoolmasters as mere drones, he had various ways of rendering himself both useful and agreeable. He assisted the farmers occasionally in the lighter labors of their farms, helped to make hay, mended the fences, and took the horses to water, drove the cows from pasture, and cut wood for the winter fire. He laid aside, too, all the dominant dignity and absolute sway with which he lorded it in his little empire, the school, and became wonderfully gentle and ingratiating. He found favor in the eyes of the mothers by petting the children, particularly the youngest, and like the lion bold, which Wilhelm so magnanimously the lamb did hold, he would sit with a child on one knee and rock a cradle with his foot for whole hours together. In addition to his other vocations, he was the singing master of the neighborhood, and picked up many bright shillings by instructing the young folks in psalmody. It was a matter of no little vanity to him, on Sundays, to take his station in front of the church gallery, with a band of chosen singers, where, in his own mind, he completely carried away the palm from the parson. Certain it is, his voice resounded far above the rest of the congregation, and there are particular quavers still to be heard in that church, which may even be heard half a mile off, quite to the opposite side of the mill pond, on a still Sunday morning, which are said to be legitimately descended from the nose of Ichabod Crane. Thus, by divers little makeshifts, in the ingenious way which is commonly denominated by hook and by crook, the worthy pedagogue got on tolerably enough, and was thought, by all who understood nothing of the labor of headwork, to have a wonderfully easy life of it. The schoolmaster is generally a man of some importance in the female circle of a rural neighborhood, being considered a kind of idle, gentleman-like personage, of vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swains, and indeed inferior in learning only to the parson. His appearance, therefore, is apt to occasion some little stir at the tea-table of a farmhouse, and the addition of a supernumerary dish of cakes or sweetmeats, or, peradventure, the parade of a silver teapot. Our man of letters, therefore, was particularly happy in the smiles of all the country damsels. How he would figure among them in the churchyard between services on Sundays, gathering grapes for them from the wild vines that overran the surrounding trees, reciting for their amusement all the epitaphs on the tombstones, or sauntering, with a whole bevy of them, along the banks of the adjacent mill pond, while the more bashful country bumpkins hung sheepishly back, envying his superior elegance and address. From his half-itinerant life, also, he was a kind of traveling gazette, carrying a whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. He was, moreover, esteemed by the women as a man of great erudition, for he read several books quite through, and was a perfect master of Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, which, by the way, he most firmly and potently believed. He was, in fact, an odd mixture of small shrewishness and simple credulity. His appetite for the marvelous and his powers of digesting it were equally extraordinary, and both had been increased by his residence in this spellbound region. No tale was too gross or too monstrous for his capacious swallow. It was often his delight, after his school was dismissed in the afternoon, to stretch himself on the rich bed of the clover bordering the little brook that whimpered by his schoolhouse, and there con over old Mather's direful tales, until the gathering dusk of evening made the printed page a mere mist before his eyes. And as he wended his way by swamp and stream and awful woodland to the farmhouse where he happened to be quartered, every sound of nature at that witching hour fluttered his excited imagination. The moan of the whippoorwill from the hillside, the boding cry of the tree-toad, that harbinger of storm, the dreary hooting of the screech-owl, or the sudden rustling of the thicket of birds frightened from their roost. The fireflies, too, which sparkled most vividly in the darkest places, now and then startled him, as one of the uncommon brightness which stream across his path, and if, by chance, a huge blockhead of a beetle came winging his blundering flight against him, the poor varlet was ready to give up the ghost, with the idea that he was struck with a witch's token. His only resource on such occasions, either to drown thought or drive away evil spirits, was to sing psalm tunes, and the good people of Sleepy Hollow, as they sat by their doors of an evening, were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody, in linked sweetness long drawn out, floating from the distant hill or along the dusky road. Another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives, as they sat spinning by the fire, with a row of apples roasting and spluttering along the hearth, and listen to their marvelous tales of ghosts and goblins, and haunted fields, and haunted brooks, and haunted bridges, and haunted houses, and particularly of the headless horseman, or the galloping Hessian of the hollow, as they sometimes called him. He would delight them equally with his anecdotes of witchcraft, and of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air, which prevailed in the earlier times in Connecticut, and would frighten them woefully with speculations upon comets and shooting stars, and the alarming fact that the world did absolutely turn round, and that they were half the time topsy-turvy. But if there was a pleasure in all this, while snugly cuddling in the chimney corner of a chamber that was all of a ruddy glow from the crackling wood fire, and where, of course, no spectre dared to show his face, it was dearly purchased by the terrors of his subsequent walk homewards. What fearful shapes and shadows beset his path amidst the dim and ghostly glare of a snowy night! With what wistful look did he eye every trembling ray of light streaming across the waste fields from some distant window! How often was he appalled by some shrub covered with snow, which, like a sheeted spectre, beset his very path? How often did he shrink with curdling awe at the sound of his own steps on the frosty crust beneath his feet, and dread to look over his shoulder, lest he should behold some uncouth being tramping close behind him? And how often was he thrown into complete dismay by some rushing blast, howling among the trees, in the idea that it was the galloping Hessian on one of his nightly scourings? All these, however, were mere terrors of the night, phantoms of the mind that walk in darkness, and though he had seen many spectres in his time, and had been more than once beset by Satan in divers shapes in his lonely perambulations, yet daylight put an end to all these evils, and he would have passed a pleasant life of it, in despite of the devil and all his works, if his path had not been crossed by a being that causes more perplexity to mortal man than ghosts, goblins, or the whole race of witches put together, and that was a woman. Among the musical disciples who assembled one evening each week to receive his instructions in psalmody was Katrina Van Tassel, the daughter and only child of a substantial Dutch farmer. She was a blooming glass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripened, melting, and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches, and universally famed for not merely for her beauty, but for her vast expectations. She was withal little of a coquette, as might be perceived even in her dress, which was a mixture of ancient and modern fashions, as most suited to set off her charms. She wore the ornaments of pure yellow gold, which her great-great-grandmother had brought over from the Tsardom, and the tempting stomacher of the olden time, and withal a provokingly short petticoat, to display the prettiest foot and ankle in the country round. Ichabod Crane had a soft and foolish heart toward the sex. It is not to be wondered that so tempting a morsel soon found favor in his eyes, more especially after he had visited her in her paternal mansion. Old Baltus Van Tassel was a perfect figure of a thriving, contented, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom, it is true, sent either his eyes or his thoughts beyond the boundaries of his own farm, but within those everything was snug, happy, and well-conditioned. He was satisfied with his wealth, but not proud of it, and piqued himself upon the hardy abundance rather than the style in which he lived. His stronghold was situated on the banks of the Hudson, in one of those green, sheltered, fertile nooks in which the Dutch farmers are so fond of nestling. A great elm tree spread its broad branches over it, at the foot of which bubbled up a spring of the softest and sweetest water, in a little well formed of a barrel, and then stole sparkling away through the grass to a neighboring brook that babbled along among alders and dwarf willows. Hard by the farmhouse was a vast barn that might have served for a church, every window and crevice of which seemed bursting forth with the treasures of the farm. The flail was busy resounding within it from morning to night. Swallows and martins skimmed, twittering about the eaves, and rows of pigeons, some with one eye turned up, as if watching the weather, some with their heads under their wings or buried in their bosoms, others swelling and cooing and bowing about their dames, were enjoying the sunshine on the roof. Sleek, unwieldy porkers were grunting in the repose and abundance of their pens, from whence sallied forth, now and again, troops of suckling pigs as if to snuff the air. A stately squadron of snowy geese were riding in an adjoining pond, convoying whole fleets of ducks. Regiments of turkeys were gobbling through the farmyard, and guinea fowls fretting about it like ill-tempered housewives with a peevish, discontented cry. Before the barn door strutted the gallant cock, the pattern of a husband, that warrior and fine gentleman, clapping his burnished wings and crowing in the pride and gladness of his heart, sometimes tearing up the earth with his feet, and then generously calling his ever-hungry family of wives and children to enjoy the rich morsel which he had discovered. The pedagogue's mouth had watered as he looked upon the sumptuous promise of luxurious winter fare. In his devouring mind's eye he pictured to himself every roasting pig running about with a pudding in his belly and an apple in his mouth, The pigeons were snugly put to bed in a comfortable pie and tucked in with a coverlet of crust. The geese were swimming in their own gravy, and the ducks pairing cozily in dishes like snug married couples with a decent competency of onion sauce. In the polkas he saw carved out the future sleek side of bacon, and juicy relishing ham, and not a turkey, but he beheld daintily trussed up with its gizzard under its wing, and peradventure a necklace of savory sausages, and even bright Chanticleer himself lay sprawling on his back in a side dish with uplifted claws, as if craving that quarter which his chivalrous spirit disdained to ask while living. As the enraptured Ichabod fancied all of this, and he rolled his great green eyes over the fat meadow lands, the rich fields of wheat, of rye, of buckwheat, and Indian corn, and the orchards were burdened with ruddy fruit which surrounded the warm tenement of Van Tassel, his heart yearned after the damsel who was to inherit these domains, and his imagination expanded with the idea how they might be readily turned into cash, and the money invested in immense tracts of wild land and shingle palaces in the wilderness. Nay, his busy fancy already realized his hopes, and presented to him the blooming Katrina with a whole family of children, mounted on top of a wagon loaded with household trumpery, with pots and kettles dangling beneath, and he beheld himself bestriding a pacing mare with a colt at her heels, setting out for Kentucky, or Tennessee, or Lord knows where. When he entered the house, the conquest of his heart was complete. It was one of those spacious farmhouses with high ridged but lowly sloping roofs, built in the style handed down from the first Dutch settlers. The low, projecting eaves form a piazza along the front, capable of being closed up in bad weather. Under this were hung flails, harness, various utensils of husbandry, and nets for fishing in the neighboring river. Benches were built along the sides for summer use, and a great spinning wheel at one end and a churn at the other, showing the various uses to which this important porch might be devoted. From this piazza the wandering Ichabod entered the hall, which formed the center of the mansion, and the place of usual residence. Here rows of resplendent pewter, ranged on a long dresser, dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a huge bag of wool ready to be spun, and another a quantity of linsey-woolsey just from the loom. Ears of Indian corn and strings of dried apples and peaches hung in gay festoons along the walls. Mingled with the goud of red peppers, and a door left ajar gave him a peep into the best parlor, where the claw-footed chairs and dark mahogany tables shone like mirrors, and irons in their accompanying shovel and tongs glistened from their covert of asparagus tops. Mock oranges and conch shells decorated the mantelpiece. Strings of various colored birds' eggs were suspended above it, and a great ostrich egg was hung from the center of the room, and a corner cupboard, knowingly left open, displayed immense treasures of old silver and well-mended china. From the moment Ichabod laid his eyes on those regions of delight, the peace of his mind was at an end, and his only study was how to gain the affections of the peerless daughter of Van Tassel. In this enterprise, however, he had more real difficulties than generally fell to the lot of a knight-errant of yore, who seldom had anything but giants, enchanters, fiery dragons, and such like easily conquered adversaries to contend with, and had to make his way merely through the gates of iron and brass and the walls of adamant to the castle keep, where the lady of his heart was confined, and all which he achieved as easily as a man would carve his way to the center of a Christmas pie. And then the lady gave him her hand as a matter of course. Ichabod, on the contrary, had to win his way to the heart of a country coquette, beset with a labyrinth of whims and caprices, which were forever presenting new difficulties and impediments, and he had to encounter a host of fearful adversaries of real flesh and blood, the numerous rustic admirers who beset every portal to her heart, keeping a watchful and angry eye upon each other, and ready to fly out in the common cause against any new competitor. Among these, the most formidable was a burling, roaring, roistering blade of the name of Abraham, or according to the Dutch abbreviation Brom van Brunt, the hero of the country round, which rang with his feats of strength and hardihood. He was broad-shouldered and double-jointed, with short curly black hair, and a bluff but not unpleasant countenance, having a mingled air of fun and arrogance. From his Herculean frame and great powers of limb he had received the nickname of Brom Bones, by which he was universally known. He was famed for great knowledge and skill in horsemanship, being as dexterous on horseback as a Tartar. He was foremost at all races and cockfights, and with the ascendancy which bodily strength always acquires in rustic life, was the umpire in all disputes, setting his hat on one side and giving his decisions with an air and tone that admitted of no gainsay or appeal. He was always ready for either a fight or a frolic. He had more mischief than ill will in his composition, and with all his overbearing roughness, there was a strong dash of waggish good humor at bottom. He had 3 or 4 boon companions who regarded him as their model, and at the head of whom he scoured the country, attended every scene of feud and merriment for miles round. In cold weather he was distinguished by a fur cap, surmounted with a flaunting fox's tail, and when the folks at a country gathering descried this well-known crest at a distance, whisking among the squad of hard riders, they always stood by for a squall. Sometimes his crew would be heard dashing along past the farmhouses at midnight, with whoop and halloo like a troop of Don Cassocks, and the old dames, startled out of their sleep, would listen for a moment till the hurry-scurry had clattered by, and then exclaim, "Aye, there goes Brom Bones and his gang." The neighbors looked upon him with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill, and when any madcap prank or rustic brawl occurred in the vicinity, always shook their heads and warranted Brom Bones was at the bottom of it. This rantipole hero had for some time singled out the blooming Katrina for the object of his uncouth gallantries, and through his amorous toyings were something like the gentle caresses and endearments of a bear. Yet it was whispered that she did not altogether discourage his hopes. Certain it is, his advances were signals for their rival candidates to retire, who felt no inclination to cross a lion in his amours, insomuch that when his horse was seen tied to Van Tassel's paling on a Sunday night, a sure sign that his master was courting, or, as it is termed, sparking within, all other suitors passed by in despair and carried the war into other quarters. Such was the formidable rival with whom Ichabod Crane had to contend, and considering all things, a stouter man than he would have shrunk from the competition, and a wiser man would have despaired. He had, however, a happy mixture of pliability and perseverance in his nature. He was in form and spirit like a supplejack, yielding but tough. Though he bent, he never broke. Though he bowed beneath the slightest pressure, yet, when the moment was away, jerk! He was as erect and carried his head as high as ever. To have taken the field openly against his rival would have been madness, for he was not the man to be thwarted in his amours any more than that stormy lover Achilles. Ichabod, therefore, made his advances in a quiet and gently insinuating manner. Under cover of his character as singing master, he made frequent visits at the farmhouse, not that he had anything to apprehend from the meddlesome interference of parents, but so often a stumbling block in the path of lovers. Balt Van Tassel was an easy, indulgent soul. He loved his daughter more than his pipe, and like a reasonable man and excellent father, he let her have her way in everything. His notable little wife, too, had enough to do to attend to her housekeeping and manage her poultry, for, as she sagely observed, ducks and geese are foolish things and must be looked after, but girls can take care of themselves. Thus, while the busy dame bustled about the house or plied her spinning wheel at one end of the piazza, honest Balt would sit smoking his evening pipe at the other, watching the achievements of a little wooden warrior who, armed with a sword in each hand, was most valiantly fighting the wind on the pinnacle of the barn. In the meantime, Ichabod would carry on his suit with the daughter by the side of the spring under the great elm, or sauntering along in the twilight, that hour so favorable to the lover's eloquence. I profess not to know how women's hearts are wooed and won. To me they have always been matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have but one vulnerable point, or door of access, while others have 1,000 avenues that may be captured in 1,000 different ways. It is a great triumph of skill to gain the former, but a still greater proof of generalship to maintain possession of the latter, for man must battle for his fortress at every door and window. He who wins 1,000 common hearts is therefore entitled to some renown, but he who keeps undisputed sway over the heart of a coquette is indeed a hero. Certain it is that was not the case with the redoubtable Brom Bones, and from the moment Ichabod Crane made his advances, the interest of the former evidently declined. His horse was no longer seen tied to the palings on Sunday nights, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the preceptor of Sleepy Hollow. Brom, who had some degree of rough chivalry in his nature, would fain have carried matters to open warfare and have settled their pretensions to the lady, according to the mode of those most concise and simple reasoners, the knights errant of yore, by single combat. But Ichabod was too conscious of the superior might of his adversary to enter the lists against him. He had overheard a boast of Bones that he would double the schoolmaster up and lay him on a shelf of his own schoolhouse, and he was too wary to give him an opportunity. There was something extremely provoking in his obstinately pacific system. It left Brom no alternative but to draw upon the funds of rustic waggery at his disposition, and to play off boorish practical jokes upon his rival. Ichabod became the object of whimsical persecution to Bones and his gang of rough riders. They harried his hitherto peaceful domains, smoked out his singing school by stopping up the chimney, broke into the schoolhouse at night in spite of its formidable fastenings of withes and window stakes, and turned everything topsy-turvy, so that the poor schoolmaster began to think all the witches in the country held their meetings there. But what was still more annoying, Brom took all the opportunities of turning him into ridicule in presence of his mistress, and had a scoundrel dog whom he taught to whine in the most ludicrous manner, introduced as a rival of Ichabod's, to instruct her in psalmody. In this way matters went on for some time, without producing any material effect on the relative situations of the contending powers. On a fine autumnal afternoon, Ichabod, in a pensive mood, sat enthroned on the lofty stool from whence he usually watched all the concerns of his little literary realm. In his hand he swayed a ferule, that sceptre of despotic power. The birch of justice reposed on 3 nails behind the throne, a constant terror of the evildoers. While on the desk before him might be seen sundry contraband articles and prohibited weapons, detected among the persons of idle urchins, such as half-munched apples, pop-guns, whirligigs, fly-cages, and whole legions of rampant little paper gamecocks. Apparently there had been some appalling act of justice recently inflicted, for his scholars were all busily intent upon their books, or slyly whispering behind them with one eye kept upon the master, and a kind of buzzing stillness reigned throughout the schoolroom. It was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a black man in a tow-cloth jacket and trousers, a round-crowned fragment of a hat like the cap of Mercury, and he mounted on the back of a ragged, wild, half-broken colt, which he managed with a rope by way of halter. He came clattering up to the school door with an invitation to Ichabod to attend a merrymaking or a quilting frolic to be held that evening at Mynheer Van Tassel's, and having delivered his message with the air of importance and an effort at fine language, which a black person is apt to display on petty embassies of the kind, he dashed over the brook and was seen scampering away up the hollow, full of the importance and hurry of his mission. All was now bustle and hubbub in the late quiet schoolroom. The scholars were hurried through their lessons without stopping at trifles. Those who were nimble skipped over with half impunity, and those who were tardy had a smart application now and then in the rear to quicken their speed or to help them over a tall word. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves. Inkstands were overturned, benches thrown down, and the whole school was turned loose an hour before the usual time, bursting forth like a legion of young imps, yelping and racketing about the green in joy at their early emancipation. The gallant Ichabod now spent at least an extra half-hour at his toilet, brushing and furbishing up his best, indeed only suit of rusty black, and arranging his locks by a bit of broken looking-glass that hung up in the schoolhouse. That he might make his appearance before his mistress in the true style of a cavalier, he borrowed a horse from the farmer with whom he was domiciliated, a choleric old Dutchman of the name of Hans Van Ripper, and thus gallantly mounted, issued forth like a knight-errant in quest of adventures. But it is meet I should, in the true spirit of a romantic story, give some account of the looks and equipments of my hero and his steed. The animal he bestrode was a broken-down plough-horse that had outlived most everything but its viciousness. He was gaunt and shagged, with a ewe neck and a head like a hammer. His rusty mane and tail were tangled and knotted with burrs. One eye had lost its pupil and was glaring and spectral. The other had the gleam of a genuine devil in it. Still, he must have had fire and metal in his day, if we may judge from the name he bore of Gunpowder. He had, in fact, been a favorite steed of his master's, the choleric Van Ripper, who was a furious rider, and had infused, very probably, some of his own spirit into the animal, for, old and broken down as he looked, there was more of the lurking devil in him than in any young filly in the country. Ichabod was a suitable figure for such a steed. He rode with short stirrups, which brought his knees nearly up to the pommel of the saddle. His sharp elbows stuck out like grasshoppers. He carried his whip perpendicularly in his hand like a scepter. His sharp elbows struck out like grasshoppers. As his horse jogged on, and the motion of his arms was not unlike the flapping of a great pair of wings. A small wool hat rested on the top of his nose, for at his scanty strip of forehead might be called, and the skirts of his black coat fluttered out along almost to the horse's tail. Such was the appearance of Ichabod and his steed as they shambled out of the gate at Hans Van Ripper, and it was altogether such an apparition as seldom to be met in the broad daylight. It was, as I have said, a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature rode that rich and golden livery which we always associate with the idea of abundance. The forests had put on their sober brown and yellow, while some trees of the tenderer kind had been nipped by the frost into brilliant dyes of orange, purple, and scarlet. Streaming files of wild ducks began to make their appearance high in the air. The bark of a squirrel might be heard from the groves of beech and hickory nuts, and the pensive whistle of the quail at intervals from the neighboring stubble field. The small birds were taking their farewell banquets. In the fullness of the revelry they fluttered, chirping and frolicking from bush to bush, and tree to tree, capricious from the very profusion and variety around them. There was the honest cock-robin, the favorite game of the stripling sportsman, with its loud querulous note, the twittering blackbirds flying in sable clouds, and the golden-winged woodpecker with his crimson crest, his broad black gorget, the splendid plumage, and the cedar-bird with its red-tipped wings and yellow-tipped tail, and its little Montero cap of feathers, and the blue-jay, that noisy coxcomb, with his gay light blue coat and white underclothes, screaming and chattering, nodding and bobbing and bowing and pretending to be on good terms with every songster of the grove. As Ichabod jogged slowly on his way, his eye, ever open to every symptom of culinary abundance, ranged with delight over the treasures of jolly autumn. On all sides he beheld vast store of apples, some hanging in oppressive opulence on the trees, some gathered into baskets and barrels for the market. others heaped up in rich piles for the cider press. Farther on he beheld great fields of Indian corn, with its golden ears peeping from their lofty coverts, and holding out the promise of cakes and hasty pudding, with yellow pumpkins lying beneath them, turning up their fair round bellies to the sun, and giving ample prospects of the most luxurious of pies. And anon he passed the fragrant buckwheat fields, breathing the odor of the beehive, and as he beheld them, the soft anticipation stole over his mind of dainty slapjacks, well buttered and garnished with honey and treacle, by the delicate little dimpled hand of Katrina Van Tassel. Thus feeding his mind with many sweet thoughts and sugared suppositions, he journeyed along the sides of a range of hills which look out upon some of the goodliest scenes of the mighty Hudson. The sun gradually wheeled his broad disk down in the west. The wide bosom of the Tappan Zee lay motionless and glassy, except that here and there was a gentle undulation waved and prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain. A few amber clouds floated in the sky without breath of air to move them. The horizon was of a fine golden tint, changing gradually into a pure apple green, and from that into the deep hue of the mid-heaven. A slanting ray lingered on the woody crests of the precipices that overhung some parts of the river, giving greater depth to the dark gray and purple of their rocky sides. A sloop was loitering in the distance, dropping slowly down with the tide, her sail hanging uselessly against the mast, and as the reflection of the sky gleamed along the still water, it seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air. It was toward evening that Ichabod arrived at the castle of Heer Van Tassel, which he found thronged with the pride and flower of the adjacent country. Old farmers, a spare leathern-faced race in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles. Their brisk, withered little dames in close-crimped caps, long-waisted short gowns, homespun petticoats with scissors and pincushions, and gay calico pockets hanging on the outside. Buxom lasses, almost as antiquated as their mothers, excepting that wear a straw hat, a fine ribbon, or perhaps a white frock, gave symptoms of city innovation. The sons, in short, square-skirted coats, with rows of stupendous brass buttons, and their hair generally queued in the fashion of the times, especially if they stood to procure an eel skin for the purpose, is being esteemed throughout the country as a potent nourisher and strengthener of the hair. Brom Bones, however, was the hero of the scene, having come to the gathering on his favorite steed Daredevil, a creature like himself, full of mettle and mischief, and which no one but himself could manage. He was, in fact, noted for preferring vicious animals, given to all kinds of tricks which kept the rider in constant risk of his neck, for which he held a tractable, well-broken horse as unworthy of a lad of spirit. Fain would I to pause to dwell upon the world of charms that burst upon the enraptured gaze of my hero, as he entered the state parlor of Van Tassel's mansion. Not those of the bevy of buxom lasses, with their luxurious display of red and white, but the ample charms of a genuine Dutch country tea table with the sumptuous time of autumn. Such heaped up platters of cakes of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to experienced Dutch housewives. There was the doughty doughnut, the tender oily koek, and the crisp and crumbling cruller, sweet cakes and short cakes and ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family of cakes. And then there were apple pies and peach pies and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover delectable dishes of preserved plums and peaches and pears and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chickens, together with bowls of milk and cream, all mingled higgledy-piggledy, pretty much as I have enumerated them, with the motherly teapot sending up its clouds of vapor from the mist. Heaven bless the mark! I want breath and time to discuss this banquet as it deserves, but I am too eager to get on with my story. Happily, Ichabod Crane was not in so great a hurry as historian, but did ample justice to every dainty. He was a kind and thankful creature, whose heart dilated in proportion as his skin was filled with good cheer, and whose spirits rose with eating, as some men's do with drink. He could not help, too, rolling his large eyes around him as he ate, and chuckling with the possibility that he might one day be lord of all this scene with almost unimaginable luxury and splendor. Then he thought how soon he'd turn his back upon the old schoolhouse, snap his fingers in the face of Hans Van Ripper and every niggardly patron, and kick any itinerant pedagogue out of doors that should dare call him comrade. Old Baltus Van Tassel moved about among his guests, with a face dilated with content and good humor, round and jolly as the harvest moon. His hospitable attentions were brief, but expressive, being confined to a shake of the hand, a slap on the shoulder, a loud laugh, and a pressing invitation to fall to and help themselves. And now the sound of the music from the common room or hall summoned to the dance. The musician was an old gray-haired black man who had been the itinerant orchestra of the neighborhood for more than half a century. His instrument was as old and battered as himself. The greater part of the time he scraped on 2 or 3 strings, accompanying every movement of the bow with a motion of the head, bowing almost to the ground and stamping his foot whenever a fresh couple were to start. Ichabod prided himself on his dancing as much as on his vocal powers. Not a limb, not a fibre about him was idle. To have seen his loosely hung frame in full motion, clattering about the room, you would have thought St. Vitus himself, that blessed patron of the dance, was figuring before you in person. He was the admiration of all the black people, who, having gathered of all ages and sizes from the farm and the neighborhood, stood forming a pyramid of shining black faces at every door and window, gazing with delight at the scene, rolling their white eyeballs and showing grinning rows of ivory from ear to ear. How could the flogger of urchins be so otherwise than animated and joyous? The lady of his heart was his partner in the dance, and smiling graciously in reply to all of his amorous oglings, while Brom Bones, sorely smitten with love and jealousy, sat brooding by himself in one corner. When the dance was at an end, Ichabod was attracted to a knot of the sager folks, who, with old Van Tassel, sat smoking at one end of the piazza, gossiping over former times and drawing out long stories about the war. This neighborhood, at the time of which I am speaking, was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had, therefore, been the scene of marauding and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. In just sufficient time had elapsed to enable each storyteller to dress up his tale with a little becoming fiction, and in the indistinctness of his recollection, to make himself the hero of every exploit. There was the story of Dafuq Martling, a large blue-bearded Dutchman who had nearly taken a British frigate with an old iron 9-pounder from a mud breastwork, only that his gun burst at the 6th discharge. And there was the old gentleman who shall be nameless, being too rich a mynheer to be lightly mentioned, who, in the Battle of White Plains, being an excellent master of defence, parried a musket ball with a small sword, insomuch that he absolutely felt it whiz round the blade and glance off at the hilt, in proof of which he was ready at any time to show the sword, with the hilt a little bent. There were several more that had been equally great in the field, not one of whom but was persuaded that he had a considerable hand in bringing the war to a happy termination. But all these were nothing to the tales of ghosts and apparitions that succeeded. The neighborhood is rich in legendary treasures of the kind. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these sheltered, long-settled retreats, but are trampled underfoot by the shifting throng that forms the population of most of our country places. Besides, there is no encouragement for ghosts in most of our villagers, for they have scarcely had time to finish their first nap and turn themselves in their graves before their surviving friends have traveled away from the neighborhood, so that when you turn out tonight to walk the rounds, they have no acquaintance left to call upon. This is perhaps the reason why we so seldom hear of ghosts except in our long-established Dutch communities. The immediate cause, however, of the prevalence of supernatural stories in these parts was doubtless owing to the vicinity of Sleepy Hollow. There was a contagion in the very air that blew from that haunted region. It breathed forth an atmosphere of dreams and fancies infecting all the land. Several of the Sleepy Hollow people were present at Van Tassel's, and, as usual, were doling out their wild and wonderful legends. Many dismal tales were told about funeral trains, and mourning cries and wailings heard and seen about the great tree where the unfortunate Major Andre was taken, and which stood in the neighborhood. Some mention was made also of the woman in white that haunted the dark glen at Raven Rock, and was often heard to shriek on winter nights before a storm, having perished there in the snow. The chief part of the stories, however, turned upon the favorite spectre of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman, who had been heard several times of late patrolling the country, and, it was said, tethered his horse nightly among the graves in the churchyard. The sequestered situation of this church always seems to have been a favorite haunt of troubled spirits. It stands on a knoll surrounded by locust trees and lofty elms, and among which its decent whitewashed walls shine modestly forth like Christian purity beaming down from the shades of retirement. A gentle slope descends from it to a silver sheet of water, bordered by high trees, between which peeps may be caught in the blue hills of the Hudson. To look upon its grass-grown yard, where the sunbeams seem to sleep so quietly, one would think that at least the dead might rest in peace. On one side of the church extends a wide woody dell, along which raves a large brook among broken rocks and trunks of fallen trees. Over a deep black part of the stream, not far from the church, was formerly thrown a wooden bridge. The road led to it, and the bridge itself were thickly shaded by overhanging trees, which cast a gloom about it even in the daytime, but occasioned a fearful darkness at night. Such was one of the favorite haunts of the Headless Horseman, and the place where he was most frequently encountered. The tale was told of old Brower, a most heretical disbeliever in ghosts, how he met the horseman returning from his foray into Sleepy Hollow, and was obliged to get up behind him, how they galloped over brush and brake, over hill and swamp, until they reached the bridge, when the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton, and threw old Brewer into the brook and sprang over the treetops with a clap of thunder. This story was immediately matched by a thrice marvelous adventure of Brom Bones, who made light of the galloping Hessian as an errant jockey. He affirmed that on returning one night from the neighboring village of Sing Sing, he had been overtaken by this midnight trooper, that he had offered to race with him for a bowl of punch, and would have won it too, for Daredevil beat the goblin horse all hollow. But just as they came to the church bridge, the Hessian bolted and vanished in a flash of fire. All these tales, told in that drowsy undertone with which men talk in the dark, countenances of the listeners only now and then receiving an occasional gleam from the glare of a pipe, sank deep into the mind of Ichabod. He repaid them in kind with large extracts from his invaluable author, Cotton Mather, and added many marvelous events that had taken place in his native state of Connecticut, and fearful sights with which had been his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. He had seen his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. The revel now gradually broke up. The old farmers gathered together their families in their wagons, and were heard for some time rattling along the hollow roads and over the distant hills. Some of the damsel mounted on pillions behind their favorite swains, and their light-hearted laughter, mingling with the clatter of hoofs, echoed along the silent woodlands, sounding fainter and fainter until they gradually died away. And the late scene of noise and frolic was all silent and deserted. Ichabod only lingered behind, according to the custom of country lovers, to have a tete-a-tete with the heiress, fully convinced that he was now on the high road to success. What passed at this interview I will not pretend to say, for in fact I do not know. Something, however, I fear me, must have gone wrong, for he certainly sallied forth, after no great interval, with an air quite desolate and chapfallen. Oh, these women, these women! Could that girl have been playing off her coquettish tricks? Was her encouragement of the poor pedagogue all mere a sham to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven only knows, not I. Let it suffice to say, Ichabod stole forth with the air of one who had been sacking a hen roost rather than a fair lady's heart. Without looking to the right or left to notice the scene of rural wealth on which he had so often gloated, he went straight to the stable, and with several hearty cuffs and kicks roused his steed most uncourteously from the comfortable quarters in which he was soundly sleeping, dreaming of mountains of corn and oats and whole valleys of timothy and clover. It was the very witching time of night that Ichabod, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, pursued his travels homeward along the sides of the lofty hills which rise above Tarrytown, which he had traversed so cheerily in the afternoon. The hour was as dismal as himself. Far below him the Tappan Zee spread its dusky and indistinct waste of waters, with here and there the tall mast of a sloop riding quietly at anchor under the land. In the dead hush of midnight he could even hear the barking of the watchdog from the opposite shore of the Hudson, but it was so vague and faint as only to give an idea of his distance from this faithful companion of man. Now and then, too, the long-drawn crowing of a cock, accidentally wakened, would sound far, far off, from some farmhouse away among the hills, but it was like the dreaming sound in his ear. No signs of life occurred near him, but occasionally the melancholy chirp of a cricket, or perhaps the guttural twang of a bullfrog from a neighboring marsh, as if sleeping uncomfortably and turning suddenly in his bed. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard in the afternoon now came crowding upon his recollection. The night grew darker and darker, and the stars seemed to sink deeper in the sky, and driving clouds occasionally hid them from his sight. He had never felt so lonely and dismal. He was, moreover, approaching the very place where many of the scenes of the ghost stories had been laid. In the center of the road stood an enormous tulip tree, which towered like a giant above all the other trees of the neighborhood, and formed a kind of landmark. Its limbs were gnarled and fantastic, large enough to form trunks of ordinary trees, twisting down almost to the earth and rising again into the air. It was connected with the tragical story of the unfortunate Andre, who had been taken prisoner hard by, and was universally known by the name of Major Andre's tree. The common people regarded it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partly out of sympathy for the fate of its ill-starred namesake, and partly from the tales of strange sights and doleful lamentations told concerning it. As Ichabod approached this fateful tree, he began to whistle. He thought his whistle was answered, but it was but a blast sweeping sharply through the dry branches. As he approached a little nearer, he thought he saw something white hanging in the midst of the tree. He paused and ceased whistling, but on looking more narrowly, perceived that it was a piece where the tree had been scathed by lightning, and the white wood laid bare. Suddenly he heard a groan. His teeth chattered, and his knees smote against the saddle. It was but the rubbing of one huge bough upon another, as they were swayed about by the breeze. He passed the tree in safety, but new perils lay before him. About 200 yards from the tree, a small brook crossed the road, and ran into a marshy and thickly wooded glen known by the name of Wiley Swamp. A few rough logs laid side by side served as a bridge over this stream. On that side of the road where the brook entered the wood, a group of oaks and chestnuts, matted thick with wild grapevines, threw a cavernous gloom over it. To pass this bridge was the severest trial. It was at this identical spot that the unfortunate Andre was captured, and under the covert of those chestnuts and vines were the sturdy yeomen concealed who surprised him. This had ever since been considered a haunted stream, and fearful are the feelings of the schoolboy who has to pass it alone after dark. As he approached the stream, his heart began to thump. He summoned up, however, all his resolution, gave his horse a half-score of kicks in the ribs, and attempted to dash briskly over the bridge. But instead of starting forward, the perverse old animal made a lateral movement and ran broadside against the fence. Ichabod, whose fears increased with the delay, jerked the reins on the other side and kicked lustily with the contrary foot. It was all in vain. His steed started, it is true, but it was only to plunge to the opposite side of the road into a thicket of brambles and alder bushes. The schoolmaster now bestowed both whip and heel upon the starveling rips of old Gunpowder, who dashed forward, snuffling and snorting, but came to a stand just by the bridge, with a suddenness that nearly sent his rider sprawling over his head. Just at this moment, a plashy tramp on the side of the bridge caught the sensitive ear of Ichabod. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen, and towering. It stirred not, but seemed to be gathering up in the gloom, like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveler. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly now was too late. And besides, what chance was there of escaping ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride upon the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded in stammering accents, "Who are you?" He received no reply. He repeated his demand in still more agitated voice. Still there was no answer. Once more he cudgelled the sides of the inflexible Gunpowder and, shutting his eyes, broke forth with an involuntary fervor into a psalm tune. Just then the shadowy object of alarm put itself into motion, and with a scramble and a bound stood at once in the middle of the road. Though the night was dark and dismal, yet the form of the unknown might in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions, and mounted on a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of old Gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, and bethought himself of the adventure of Brom Bones with the galloping Hessian, now quickened his steeds in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavored to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for. On mounting the rising ground, which brought the figure of his fellow traveler in relief against the sky, gigantic in height and muffled in a cloak, Ichabod was horror-struck at perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head, which should have rested on his shoulders, was carried before him on the pommel of his saddle. His terror rose to desperation. He rained a shower of kicks and blows upon Gunpowder, hoping by a sudden movement to give his companion the slip. But the spectre started full jump with him. Away then they dashed, through thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air, and he stretched his long, lank body way over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. They had now reached the road which turns off to Sleepy Hollow. But Gunpowder, who seemed possessed with a demon, instead of keeping up it, made an opposite turn and plunged headlong downhill to the left. This road leads through a sandy hollow shaded by trees for about a quarter of a mile. where it crosses the bridge famous in goblin story, and just beyond swells the green knoll on which stands the whitewashed church. As yet the panic of the steed had given his unskillful rider an apparent advantage in the chase, but just as he had got halfway through the hollow, the girths of the saddle gave way, and he felt it slipping from under him. He seized it by the pommel and endeavored to hold it firm, but in vain, and just had time to save himself by grasping old Gunpowder round the neck when the saddle fell to the earth, and he heard it trampled underfoot by his pursuer. For a moment, the terror of Hans Van Ripper's wrath passed across his mind, for it was his Sunday saddle. But this was no time for petty fears. The goblin was hard on his haunches, and, unskillful rider that he was, he had much ado to maintain his seat, sometimes slipping on one side, sometimes on another, and sometimes jolted on the high ridge of his horse's backbone, with violence that he verily feared would cleave him asunder. An opening in the trees now cheered him with the hopes that the church bridge was at hand. The wavering reflection of a silver star in the bosom of the brook told him that he was not mistaken. He saw the walls of the church dimly glaring under the trees beyond. He recollected the place where Brom Bones' ghostly competitor had disappeared. If I can but reach the bridge, thought Ichabod, I am safe. Just then he heard the black steed panting and blowing close behind him. He even fancied that he felt his hot breath. Another convulsive kick in the ribs, and old Gunpowder sprang upon the bridge. He thundered over the resounding planks. He gained the opposite side. And now Ichabod cast a look behind to see if pursuer would vanish, according to rule, in a flash of fire and brimstone. Just then he saw the goblin rising in his stirrups and in the very act of hurling his head at him. Ichabod endeavored to dodge the horrible missile, but too late. It encountered his cranium with a tremendous crash. He was tumbled headlong into the dust, and Gunpowder, the black steed, and the goblin rider passed by like a whirlwind. The next morning, the old horse was found without his saddle, and with the bridle under his feet, soberly cropping the grass at his master's gate. Ichabod did not make his appearance at breakfast. Dinner hour came, but no Ichabod. The boys assembled at the schoolhouse and strolled idly about the banks of the brook, but no schoolmaster. Hans Van Ripper now began to feel some uneasiness about the fate of Ichabod and his saddle. An inquiry was set out on foot, and after diligent investigation they came upon his traces. In one part of the road leading to the church was found the saddle trampled in the dirt. The tracks of horses' hooves, deeply dented in the road, and evidently at furious speed, were traced to the bridge, beyond which, on the bank of a broad part of the brook, where the water ran deep and black, was found the hat of the unfortunate Ichabod, and close beside it a shattered pumpkin. The brook was searched, but the body of the schoolmaster was not to be discovered. Hans Van Ripper, as the executor of his estate, examined the bundle which contained all his worldly effects. They consisted of 2 shirts and a half, 2 stocks for the neck, and a pair or 2 of worsted stockings, an old pair of corduroy small clothes, a rusty razor, a book of psalm tunes full of dog's ears, and a broken pitch pipe. As to the books and furniture of the schoolhouse, they belonged to the community, excepting Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England almanac, and a book of dreams and fortune-telling, in which last was a sheet of foolscap much scribbled and blotted in several fruitless attempts to make copy of verses in honor of the heiress of Van Tassel. These magic books and the poetic scrawl were forthwith consigned to the fire by Hans Van Ripper, who, from that time forward, determined to send his children no more to school, observing that he never knew any good came of the same reading and writing. Whatever money the schoolmaster possessed, he He had received his quarter's pay but a day or two before. He must have had about his person at the time of his disappearance. The mysterious events caused much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Knots of gazers and gossips were collected in the churchyard, at the bridge, and at the spot where the hat and pumpkin had been found. The stories of Brower, of Bones, and a whole budget of others were called to mind, and when they had diligently considered them all, and compared them with the symptoms of the present case, they shook their heads and came to the conclusion that Ichabod had been carried off by the galloping Hessian. As he was a bachelor and in nobody's debt, nobody troubled his head any more about him, and the school was removed to a different quarter of the hollow, and another pedagogue reigned in his stead. It is true, an old farmer who had been down to New York on a visit several years after, and from whom this account of ghostly adventure was received, brought home the intelligence that Ichabod Crane was still alive, and that he had left the neighborhood partly through fear of the goblin and Hans Van Ripper, and partly in mortification at having suddenly been dismissed by the heiress, that he had changed his quarters to a distant part of the country, had kept school and studied law at the same time, had been admitted to the bar, turned politician, electioneered, written for the newspapers, and finally been made a justice of the 10-pound court. Brom Bones, too, who, shortly after his rival's disappearance, conducted the blooming Katrina in triumph to the altar, was observed to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related, and always burst into a hearty laugh at the mention of the pumpkin, which led some to suspect that he knew more about the matter than he chose to tell. The old country wives, however, are the best judges of these matters, maintain to this day that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, and it is often a favorite story told about the neighborhood around the winter evening fire. The bridge became more than ever a subject of superstitious awe, and it may be the reason why the road had been altered of late years, so as to approach the church by the border of the mill pond. The schoolhouse being deserted soon fell to decay, and is reported to be haunted by the ghost of the unfortunate pedagogue, and the ploughboy, loitering homeward of a still summer evening, has often fancied his voice at a distance, chanting in a melancholy psalm tune among the tranquil solitudes of Sleepy Hollow. Postscript. Found in the handwriting of Mr. Knickerbocker. The preceding tale is given almost in the precise words in which I heard it related at a corporation meeting in the ancient city of Manhattan, at which were present many of its sagest and most illustrious burghers. The narrator was a pleasant, shabby, gentlemanly old fellow in pepper and salt clothes, with a sadly humorous face, one of whom I strongly suspected of being poor. He made such efforts to be entertaining. When his story was concluded, there was much laughter and approbation, particularly from 2 or 3 deputy aldermen, who had been asleep the greater part of the time. There was, however, one tall, dry-looking old gentleman with beetling eyebrows, who maintained a grave and rather severe face throughout, now and then folding his arms, inclining his head, and looking down upon the floor, as if turning a doubt over in his mind. He was one of your wary men, who never laugh but upon good grounds, and when they have reason and law on their side. When the mirth of the rest of the company had subsided, and silence was restored, he leaned one arm upon the elbow of his chair, and sticking the other akimbo, demanded, with a slight but exceedingly sage motion of the head and contraction of the brow, what was the moral of the story, what it went to prove. The storyteller, who was just putting a glass of wine to his lips as a refreshment after his toil, paused for a moment, and looked as if inquire with an air of infinite deference, and lowering the glass slowly to the table, observed that the story was intended to most logically to prove that there is no situation in life but has its advantages and pleasures, providing we will but take a joke as we find it. That, therefore, he that runs races with goblin troopers is most likely to have rough riding of it. Ergo, for a country schoolmaster to be refused the hand of a Dutch heiress is a certain step to high preferment in the state. The cautious old gentleman knit his brows tenfold closer at this explanation, being sorely puzzled by the ratiocination of the syllogism, while, methought, the one in pepper and salt eyed him with something of a triumphant leer. At length he observed that this was all very well, but he still thought the story a little on the extravagant. There were 1 or 2 points on which he had his doubts. Faith, sir, replied the storyteller, as to that matter, I don't believe 1/2 of it myself. The end. Cheers. And that is the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Always when it gets really exciting is when my mouth's like... But if you want to read the version that I was reading, there's the link from Project Gutenberg. I noticed chat showed up. Hello, chat. How are you? I'm going to turn the fan on now because it's getting toasty in here. Yep, Thief Kitty was providing some sound effects earlier. He is now in the living room somewhere, being a pest. Oh, Eldo with chocolate bun cake from Aldi and Ben & Jerry's half-baked ice cream. Oof, I want some ice cream. I want some ice cream. But yeah, that dinner, that was some freaking Hobbit meals going on there, right? Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna get some water too. Oh, thank you, Igneous. And thank you for your kind donation earlier today. We're creeping closer to the goal. Goal! So we are actually a half hour early. So instead of making you wait to play, we're going to go play LotRO. My throat hurts a lot. My throat hurts a lot. Oh, why am I getting notes from... Oh. It's a note from Facebook. Because Cordovan posted an update. Let's go see what it's about. Cordo was doing some pumpkin carving recently. He's also been streaming with his kiddo, even though his kiddo's back with his kiddo's mama. All right, let's see what's going on in the Book of Faces today. Oh no. Oh, just the pumpkins. Pumpkins. So Cordo's got pumpkins for a face. One might argue he always had pumpkin for a face. He also posted a video recently of him playing flute with his old band from like 2003, 2004 or something. Good times. Anyway, let me change the stream info. Alright. Keep the EL, keep the rewards. Harvest, meth. Meth is a little bit different. Harvest meth in LotRO for Extra Life. By the way, we will be doing an Extra Life marathon on the official LotRO channel next Saturday from noon to midnight or thereabouts. Legions of your favorite LotRO streamers who normally stream on the official channel will be there, raising money for Extra Life, trying to get that 20,000 right here. We want to hit this. Unfortunately, we don't have the stream stunt incentive of putting Cordovan in a kilt again. We kind of blew our wad on that one, as it were. Alrighty, let's change from just chatting to the Lord of the Rings Online. Alright, and we're going to pop on to Landreval. I'm going to do some harvest mathing on a character that I haven't played in a while, but she needs to level up. Yay! Tuba had Oktoberfest stuff. Oh, that sounds awesome. Oh, my back does not like me right now. So earlier today, I gave a tour of my island in Ark, my Crystal Isles map that I have running on an Ark server. So if you want to tame dinosaurs, play Ark. you can come play on the server. I'll put details in Discord when I'm done building a new community center for it. All right. So, any amount you can help with, be it $5, $10, $15, whatever. However, if we manage to hit certain goals, we are going to do things. Because Elda, my dear, if you feel up to it, you don't have to. I'm not playing this character. This is the last. Not that character, not that champion. Where? Wait a minute, which one? This one. This one right here. We're gonna play this one. I'm gonna put my headphones on because, hey, look at my hair. Y'all can see my hair. Y'all can actually see my hair. And now you can't, because I can't hear the game. Okay, this was my first dwarf character. Wearing kettles. Map maker's hat. Alright, let's do some LotRO happiness. Giveaways. If you want to do giveaways, we have giveaways. The 2020 spreadsheet is the one I've been working off of. So we're going to play some LotRO. We're going to do some things. We're going to do some harvest math. I'm going to try to power level this character because I want to get her to 121 when I appraise her allies. So I figured this weekend with the XP boost would be a good time to do that. So I'll be playing her tomorrow as well as playing my DDO characters because they also have an XP boost. Why do they have to do XP boost at the same freaking weekend? Damn you, Standing Stone Games. I love you, but damn you. Okay. So this is my champion. This is my yellow line champion. So that's fun. And we are going to go clean our bags out. Holy crap. Get that out of the way. Do that. Exactly what I needed. Enhanced XP supply. Hell yeah. I'll take that. Thank you very much. I'll take the Virtue XP as well. Let's make that all go down there. So this character is 1 to 18. Was questing in the Iron Hills the last time I played her. And as you can see, the terrible state of her allies. We're not going to have fun converting her allies. But I want to actually see what skills I've been using. Because I'm going to go through the appraisal process and try to decide which ally things. Hey, I jumped at the Hedry hand. So I'm going to talk to my best friend Wenda Cranesbill.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Yes, you may, Wenda.
How can I be of service?
All right. Let's go festivaling. One of the best things about these is getting to go straight to the party tree from here. Hell yeah. Hi, Thiefy. Come here. Come here, you butt. So this character already has the painted skeleton steed, so I don't have to worry about that. Hi, kitty butt.
Good day. Might I have a word with you?
You may.
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
Hello, thiefy butt. Okay, so chat. I think we're going to do it.
Could
I take a moment of your time?
I don't want to actually do the timed quest ones. I want to do the easier ones.
there. Might I speak with you a moment?
Well, that's free XP, so I'll take it. Alright, also, since I'm looking at this, I got the licorice twists. I also have a 100% XP booster, so we'll pop that before I turn in any additional quests. Kitty!
Could I take a moment of your time?
Search for the buttons. Is that the only one I can do at a time? That's unfortunate! Okay. Well, let's pop the XP booster. And let's go! Gotta search in the attic. Hi, kitty. Hello, boy cat. A bone pile. We have a visitor. Achoo! Okay, so we found one there. I don't think I need to mess with any of these other ones. This is the wrong bone pile, but I already found it, so let's get out of here. Ah! Okay, let's find the other one in the main cellar. Yay! I found the pocket watch. So we got to go into the cobweb wing over here. I'm really good about this. Somebody got the name Kitty for their character. Nice. And how didn't I get stopped by those things? Oh my goodness. Ah! Ah, I was wondering when I'd get hit by one of those. This is so much fun. This is my kind of Halloween. I'm not about the, about being like, super blood, gore, scary, like actual scary. You know, just a little bit of silliness is my style. Ah. Okay, I need to go to the creeping wing and the basement. Okay, see if I can remember where I'm going. Okay, there's one in here somewhere. Bleh. Honestly, it's great to use some of the, you know, evil or goblin decorations in the game for this sort of thing. Ah. Alright, now we can go find the basement. This, by the way, is the chest right here. This is the chest that you want to hit if you want to get the Aged Deed. Which I shouldn't drop for me. That would be embarrassing if it did, because this character already has the Painted Skeleton Steed. This is the wrong puddle. Taku. How you doing? Okay, we found the missing monocle. So now we can get out of here. Go through the second door. You wind up in the attic. Oh, you wind up here. Now you can use this button to get out immediately, but it has a cooldown, so there we go. Good times. There we go. All right.
Stay and have some tea.
The Great Hobbit Rescue! Yep, Elda is running a... Nah, I can't see anything. However, I can see my goal. Hello, scared. Hello, scared Hobbit. There's one in the attic. Ah!
Dear me, what do you want?
Oh, to lead you astray, you know, the usual.
A lovely day, isn't it?
For somebody who's scared, you don't sound scared. Hello, kitty cat. What are you doing, Thiefer? He has a purr. I'm sure there's a scared... Hi. There's a scared hobbit down here someplace. Ah! I already did that one.
It's been a foul day, it has.
It's been a foul day, it has! I just love the designs here. They're just so good. That one. Did that one. Oh, I think the last one is here. Yep, there she is.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Not so scared, is she? Got a token. I got a token. There we go. There's nothing else back that way. And this is where I always get myself messed up. I start running forward like this, and it's just like, no, you just turn around, go out. Go out the door. Go out the front door. Ooh, it's dusk? Ooh, yeah, the rainbow's fading, so it's dusk time. It's getting dusk, which means it's almost my favorite time of the day. Okay.
A lovely day, isn't it?
There we go. Some good XP out of that. Now that was the timed one. That's the other one. You know what we could do? We could do... we could do the horse races. Or chat. Or we'll talk to the best storyteller of all time, Mr. Bingo Boffin. Hell yeah. Was originally thinking I was going to read these in like the William Shatner voice. I don't think I can. My voice is pretty shot right now. And B, I don't want a William Shatner Maid of Lions' excellent work. I think that would just be disrespectful. By the way, if you ever meet Maid of Lions in real life, he looks astoundingly like a very tall Bingo Boffin. Not gonna lie. We'll pick up 2 as well, but we'll start with 1. So let's go find the Boffins. If you've done the Bingo Boffin quest line, you'll know exactly who these people are. There we go. Scatter Dreams. And look at all these quests I could do that I'm not going to do. I'm going to take your quest anyway, because that way it'll, be in my way. Waldo Rumble will come hang out with you soon enough. Come on. There we go. I encourage you to dance. Dance. Dance like a monkey. How you doing, chat? What'd y'all have for lunch or dinner? I had cinnamon raisin bread for breakfast, or lunch as it were. And then I had fish sticks for dinner. I'm probably going to have ice cream after I stream because my voice will need it. And I'll feel accomplished. We have raised a little bit of money for Extra Life. We're going to be doing this again next week. I'll be taking Thursday off from fundraising, but I will be streaming Legend of Zelda again. Because I love Legend of Zelda. Five Guys. Ooh. Okay, I need one more. I think you're it. Maybe? No? No, alas. Or maybe I should just go turn the quest in. How about that? All I have to do is just do dance. Just straight up dance. For a few seconds, and it counts. Yay, Griffin Storm! Getting the hundo points, so if you are missing one of the expansions, you can buy all of them up to and including Mordor. Each one is 99 points apiece, so there you go. It's Danny! It's not my Danny. Aw, I'm sad. Might be one of her alts. Okay, I got the title. Oh, that's the welcoming title. Never mind. Okay, find a Barrel-Leg Boffin somewhere on the hill. Okay. It's getting pretty! Ah! And the fun thing is, by doing these Bingo Boffin quests, they count for your 10 of the day. I'm getting some really good XP out of them, so hell yeah. Alright. That's Boffin for apples. That's, seriously, Maid of Lines, shame on you. That was amazing. Oh, I do have to turn some... See, chat, you were supposed to tell me to turn something back on, and I forgot to do it. By the way, we're also doing this as well. So, I'm going to put this down here. I'm going to put this up here. Whoop. There we go. Let me put the... put this back to 1 pixel. There we go. A little bit easier to read, and maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. I forgot what the thing was. What is that? Oh, here it is. Fifi, what are you doing? Oh, I know I missed some quests in the basement. I just like doing the Bingo Boffin quests. We might come back and do them if there's still... I think there probably still will be time because it's 9 o'clock and we started early. Okay, this is how we skirt this. We run down here. And we cut in right about here. Alas, that didn't work. Alright, we cut in right here. Whoosh. There we go. Alright, pick up the apple tub. See, the bobbers to be, I don't think they bug you unless you've got something in hand, but we'll play it safe. We'll play it safe. It's about to turn to nighttime, which means away from the party tree and Bag End, the Shire will have the best music ever. There we go. We did it! $119! Okay, we need some more... XP supply. So we're gonna go hunting in shared storage for some... Let me check my vault first, see if I have anything cool in here. I want something back for that. I can sell it now, actually. Well, I think I always could, but, you know. Let's first of all see if there's anything new in my pile of stuff that I could use. No. Okay. Aha. Let's just take the 5 for now. We're gonna use all 5. That'll get us a good chunk of the way into 112. I'm sorry, 120. 120. Okay, find Dinodas. Where is Dinodas? Right here. Hi, kitty. I guess either Tin Fang got bored or he got yelled at by Standing Stone. I don't know. Anyway, there's some other quests we can do in here. Poppy Cotton has one for us. We'll do this at the same time. Kitty thief. Meow. Meow. He has a meow. He has a meow that you made it to the attic, made it to the basement, made it to the creeping wing and the cobweb wing. And get back before time runs out. That should be easy, as well as doing the Dinodas quests. Oh. Hi. Hello. Come on, lay down. Come on, lay down. Come on. I said lay down. You know, I've got a quest on a timer, you dumbass. He doesn't care. Alright, lay down. Ginger! Hello, how are you? How you doing? What you up to? Oh. Not up to much? Okay. Just finishing out our extra life charity thing for today. Hoping to maybe hit 3 hundo tonight, and then hopefully next week we'll get the other 2 hundo. And Elda's giving away LotRO points from our huge stash that Cord keeps giving us, and we keep not using them all because there's so many of us. Where am I? I'm lost. Alright, let me think about it. Dindadus was on the main drag. Here we go. The Creeping Wing. So I need to talk to Dindadus over here, and the Creeping Wing trophy's right next to him. Very handy. Right, Thiefy? Right, Thief? Dindadus doesn't think any of this stuff is scary. He's like, whatever. Alright, basement. Nothing back here. Otherwise, I would have seen the nameplate. Ah, squirrel! There's Dindadus. Ooh, Elda does have a shiny code to give away. We do that. Yes. Okay, here's the basement trophy. It looks like it's a rock. I got a rock. Okay. Andy, get out. Now we need to find Dindadus in the attic. And let's see if I remember where the attic is. Do you think it's scary? Dindadus does not. TD was playing at Hellfest, was playing a hella loud set, as one would expect. I mean, come on. If TD wasn't playing loud, you'd wonder what was wrong with her, right? All right.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. Dindadus is not impressed. You okay? Thief? Kitty has a purr. Okay. Let's go to the Great Smeals. And we'll ride the appropriate horse for this. Even though I do have a war steed, because I am 119, we're going to ride the... I wish... Oh my god, wouldn't it be cool if they gave us a painted skeleton war steed appearance? Wouldn't that have been awesome? I don't know how they would manage to make that happen, but oh my god, that would be cool. I would want that so much. Hi, Thief. No. I don't know how they would make it happen, but that would be a cool thing to have. Maybe it would be like a special war steed skin or something. Like a special hide. Actually, that's how they could do it. Just make it a new hide and make it be that, that would be the colors on it. Cloth sewn draped over the war steed, or it could be that. But I think the hide would be, oops, an easier way to do it. Because you wouldn't have to actually make a new mesh for it. A ghost horse would be nice. But yeah, unfortunately something like that. I'm not even sure how they managed to get this painted skelly steed out there. Maybe they probably just said it's painted with chalk or something, that it's not actually the hide of the horse. Kitty, what are you doing? Jinkus with the raid! Fun fact, I met Jinkus playing Landmark, of all games. R.I.P. Landmark. So Jinkus is one of the folks in the music community. Has been, were you performing at Hellfest this weekend as well? Or were you streaming it? Because Jinkus is also a streamer of some note. Yeah, see? Alright, Skelly Steed. Oh, this is also the one that I have the blue Rowan pony on. Oh. Why don't I have that on my main? I don't know. Yeah, Landmark, rip. Blame Dave Georgeson. So you may be wondering, why does she have, and by the way, this dwarf is a lady. She's a birthday girl. Well, not right now. It's not my birthday. That was last week. Why is her name Silverhammers, but she has axes? Mainly because I don't have any one-handed hammers in my wardrobe. Once I find a good one-handed hammer, this character will be wielding them. All the hammers that I have are two-handers. Very sad. So I am on the lookout for decent one-handed hammer appearances in the game. I haven't found any that I really liked. If I do find one, this character, if it's like a drop from a raid or something, or an instance, I will just have to farm it on this character or something. I don't know. about you, but I can barely hear the music in the game, so I'm going to turn the music up. I think I had it turned down a while. There we go. Let's listen to the Hobbit music. Alright, little spooky research. Awesome. Oh, I love this. This is so good. This is so good. Let's go! Moria probably would. Yeah, there aren't too many epic name poems. That is true. And this is like my favorite piece of ambient music in the game. And I believe Cordovan told me it was written by Stephen DiGregorio, who Chance Thomas was like the game's original like the big composer, but they had other folks who composed like more minor non-main theme stuff, and this was one of them. And Stephen DiGregorio did most of the non-major themes of the first bunch of... I think he worked on the game until like Helm's Deep or something. Yeah, my idea of the hammer is not like a ball peen or a claw hammer. I'm talking about the more like a sledgehammer kind, but hand-sized sledgehammer. But alas, it's not historical. Ah, hair in the face. Hair in my face. You did find an okay one for your Smith Hobbit, but you have no idea where you got it. Fair. Choose some boffins to tell some stories. It doesn't actually matter which ones you choose. And these stories are important. If you actually read through these stories, then what will happen is I don't know what your entire message said. I'll have to go look on the Extra Life site. So let me go read it. Extra Life me. Watch my face. Look at my green screen. Look, I'm using a sheet for a green screen. Oh, we're $5 away. $5. And the entire message says, Thiefy rocks. Elda says it, so it must be true. So somebody's being a bit of a smartass, and I love you for it. So we're $5 away from 300, and for every $50 milestone, I get to make Elda do another giveaway. So this was Gerd and the cat, the black cat who spoke. And these are wonderful stories. I highly recommend that you read them. Green Eyes, the black cat. Gerd never became mayor. His tail twitching, twitching, twitching. No, the black cat's thief kitty. He's a good kitty. He's not evil. He does talk a lot, though. Dididus will not tell a story. Esmeralda, how about you? Oh, you're not ready? Well, you will. Marigold Boffin is my favorite. So this is a rich hobbit who was paranoid that his servants were stealing his stuff. He fires them. Aww. The eyes of Longo Proudfoot. These stories are all rubbish. I will let Bingo tell a story. And a lot of these are adapted from other like stories in folklore and whatnot. So this one is a story that was originally called from a story called The Red Shoes. In this case, they turned the shoes to violet because, you know, copyright and stuff. So, nasty stuff happened. They fought over the shoes. One died. And they're magic shoes. Alright, dance contest. Menegilda murdered her rival, stole some shoes, and the shoes are enchanted. She couldn't stop dancing. They couldn't take the shoe off. Oh no! And that's why hobbits never wear shoes. I don't know that a hobbit could go on point. Uh-oh. Had a chat with Brombard. Here's some authority. Of course, Priska has to be mom because these are all her children. Big hobbit family. They won't come off! I wonder if they took the tech used to do Entmoot with the hobbits and had them run around all fast. I wonder if they borrowed some of that. Alright, he just needed a good scare. Aww. See? We wouldn't have carried out this trick if Priska hadn't given her permission, and she thought it might do him some good. Alright. We had Mom in on it! On point and laugh. Hell yeah. $5 donation at extra-life.org/participant/druidsfire, and Elda will open a raffle for 500 LotRO points. And bearing in mind, Extra Life is a charity that helps kids. Little guilt trippy here, but you know. This is for kids whose families need the services of the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. So their families, so they can get treatments, and their families, you know, don't have to pay for those visits. And it's for a super awesome cause. And 100% of your donation goes straight to the hospital. In this case, Boston Children's, because that's SSG adjacent. Alright, let's go find him in the bin Bullwood. And since I'm so high level, it's the bears aren't going to bother me. The bears. Trying doing this on like a level 7 or 8 character. I had one die on this quest. Just saying. There's a level 7. It was funny. We found Ditto Dazaboffin. Oh no, it's horrible! Oh no! You fear everything! So that was actually really cool that was how it turned out. Okay, you dropped your pack over here and you're too scared to go get it, so I'll go get it for you. Here's the big black bear from the quest. But we're not going there, we're going over here, where suddenly the sky gets spooky. Hey! My blue fire is not unnatural! See? A spectral vision. Methane happens, hell yeah. We're already a quarter of a way to 120, so with any luck, I'll be able to hit 121 before this stream is over. Oh, I was supposed to talk to the spectral vision. My bad. I'm definitely going to get some ice cream at the end of the stream. Hell yeah. Hey, look, Beardy's online. Alright. None will escape the curse of the Eerie Acres. Despair! Okay. I'm gonna do this and overacted. The spectral vision stares past you into the dark space among the trees. When it speaks, the sound reverberates in your ears and sets your teeth on edge. There can be no reparations for the hurt that has been done. In 1 year, all will fear the parting of the wood. None will escape the curse of the eerie acres. Despair and repair to your holes, for none but one will laugh when all is done. Remember, this was only one quest line, and then we had to wait a whole year to find out what the fuck happened next. It was amazing. Maid of Lions is a goddamn genius. He's also one of my favorite members of the Standing Stone team because he's so fucking enthusiastic. He is the epitome of a kid in a candy store getting to work on LotRO. He is so excited. Anytime I've talked to him, he's been like super stoked and bouncing up and down in his chair about all the cool stuff that he can't tell you about. Okay, we have apologized. Okay. You're having me keep your secret, Dino? Really? Am I making tricksies? Not today. That would have been a couple weeks ago when we got Aiden real good. Alright. Return to where we saw the spectral vision. I notice how the skybox changes when you get up there. Nothing's here. Oh, now you don't believe me. So Dino's like, what? That's even more scary. No, wait, I'm supposed to be fierce about this. And then Bingo's like, aw, damn, it's not there. Alright, climb the hill and look for some sign of the apparition. I don't know, are there Hobbit Ghostbusters we can call? Anybody have a PKE meter that we can use? If Professor Corey were here, he would comment on how the Arnorian star is pointing, it's upside down. That the point is pointing up. In most common usage, it's pointing down like you see here. Talk to Bingo in the wood. Well, Bingo's down here. We're gonna hop down. Item XP. No, old allies are frozen. You can't do anything with them anymore. Talk to well, now I finished my 10, so now I get to talk to Bingo near the party tree. Whoops, I don't want my war steed. I want my pony. My pony. My little pony. Yep, I did know that you can bind a key to mount and dismount. I just like to have them over here. This is my tradition, as I put them over here. I can just click on them as I want. Your highest character is 105? Well, as soon as you hit 106, you'll be in the next level band for LI, so there you go. And the reason you might want to do the Bingo Boffin quests, the 2 quests here, is 24 Fall Festival tokens each. Okay. So that's going to be 48 Fall Festival tokens. Hell yeah. Alright. Let's go talk to Rosa Hornblower, because we've completed our 10 for the daily.
Hello there.
There we go. Got crap ton more XP, so we're almost halfway into level 120. Why is Bingo? Oh. The Curse of Eerie Acres. So let's go to my other favorite part of this whole party. Let's go to Westmead. I love Westmead. And I'm really hoping Standing Stone will take the music for, you know, the Haunted Burrow and the stuff in here and put them up on a soundtrack. Because, oh my god, they're so good. So, again, for context, this area was created the year after the initial quest. P as in pony.
Ooh.
Alright. I'm also going to do the actual quests here. We haven't unlocked them yet, though.
Stay and have some tea.
Actually not going to do the trick-or-treating stuff. Okay, let's talk to Angelica by the ponies. Wouldn't it be cool to have this music in your housing area? Oh my god, it would be so good. Okay, you got the one. You're the one with the quest that's gonna open. Burlak can't sleep. Pick up a spider pie. Mmm. Spider pie. Look at all these hungry hobbits. Ready to have a pie. Marigold Boffin is going to be my favorite.
Good day.
Just picking up the breadcrumb quest.
Hello there.
$5, you can hear Hobbit children laughing in a less creepy way. And it means Elda can do a 5 hundo LotRO point giveaway. Okay. So close. This is the one that sends you to Scary.
Might I speak with you a moment?
I'm gonna take the quest because it'll be XP. But you don't need the quest to finish the thing. Black kitties? I can go find black kitties. There's 3 of them in my house. Thief isn't the only black cat that I own. By the way, just so you know. Mama cat, 2 of Mama cat's 3 kittens were black kitties. And their names are Skittish and Noodle. Yeah, let me go. Okay, whatever. Going for the XP. Yeah, let me over it. Hi, kitty. Hey, look, it's somebody from Mythgard. A naughty moose. We did it! $5 from somebody who wishes to remain anonymous. And we, Elda, if you'd be so kind to do the thing. Huzzah! We have done the thing. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, challenging wheats do not cheat. I'm passing on that one. I will gather the gourds and prevent a murder. A thief in the night. Woohoo! We did it! Thief is happy too. 1! Ha! 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 2! Ha! 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 This is 500 LotRO points for the taking. Thank you so much for your generosity. It helps us. Help small kids, larger kids, amazing kids who need some assistance with scary medical things. Shoo! Shoo! Thief, now would be a good time to pester because I don't need both hands to steer while I'm doing this. No. Meow! Come on, Thief. Come on up. Come on, kitty. Come on. Thiefer. Thief. Thiefer. Waffles! Ooh. You know what? I could have waffles after the stream. That sounds like a great idea. Waffles. With syrup. Not proper Canadian syrup, I'm sorry to say, because that shit's expensive. As opposed to ice cream. Or I could have waffles and ice cream. Cannoli flavored ice cream. And of course, being a hunter means you win at this quest, at this thing. Just saying. I'm not a hunter, I'm on a champion. That's the way in. Bill took such a cheerful theme and made it into this creepy ass shit. I love it. And the cheerful Tom Bombadil theme made it creepy? Heck yeah. And I do have to appreciate the fact that Standing Stone made like 3 versions of this maze. Or 5 versions or something. So that it's not the same maze every single day. Ah. Of course I had the teleporter out, but I knew it was at the back. I'll ride the war steed this time. Because, you know, look at my war steed. Ah! Hell yeah. Halfway there. Okay. Let's go find more black cats. Black kitty, where are you hiding? Black kitty, where are you hiding? Kind of creepy here. Black kitty, where are you hiding? We'll just use this one again. Can you pick us out of the fence, kitty cat? Seriously. All right.
How do you do?
I'm doing just fine. Okay, I gotta talk to Marigold. So we could either go to Scary and do the thing there, because that'll get us some XP. Yeah, let's do that one time. I'm gonna war-steed it over anyway, so. What classes can use a hammer? Many classes can use a hammer. Hobbits, however, have a racial bonus to clubs. I forget which race has a racial bonus to hammers, though. Might be it might be dwarves. Not this, not that. No, ours is axe damage, which surprises nobody. Headbutt, hell yeah. And the endurance of stone. Do I have that one slotted? Yes, I do. And dwarf endurance. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go! I think my XP booster is gone. Yeah. That's also... let's use that one. There we go. It's like, why am my XP falling down? Because we're already like an hour into it. Hey! Hey, game, stop lagging. You think she should keep her hammers, or keep her axes and be a rebel? That's true. I do actually have a stout axe burglar named Silver Axes. Oh, hello! Wow. That was a rubber band. That was actually kind of cool. Yeah, but I do have a stout axe named Silver Axes, who is a burglar who wields axes. You know, burglars are supposed to use daggers. They're cosmetically equipped as axes, however. I mean, she'll use the... or... I forget if Silver Axe is a boy or girl. I don't honestly remember. However, you can cosmetically equip axes over daggers, so it works. Or sitting in the Shire Woods. Hick! One of the things that I wish they would do for the war steed appearances is make it so that the gear right here on the butt of the horse can actually change colors. I wish that so much with all my heart. Come here. You too can buy, pick up stupid things. A warrant tablet fragment. Oh no. Your Hobbit hunter dual wields giant Easter lilies? Hell yeah. your favorite human hunter has an axe and a dagger, because she's a woodsmith. Fair. That's one thing I like about the flexibility of the cosmetic system is you can do things like that. So even if, stat-wise, your race may not, wield an axe as well as a dwarf can, you can still cosmetically equip it. Alright, let's get back to Westmead. Yeah, the Rivendell torch is the main reason. We're on the same wavelength there. Raffle, raffle. There's almost 30 of you folks in here. Get your butts in! Exclamation point raffle. 500 LotRO points. That is 5 expansions if you want to take advantage of the 99 point sale going on right now. Or you can save them up. I will make a note, however. You might want to save points. Because generally Black Friday, which is the 4th weekend of November, Standing Stone will probably be doing Black Friday sales of really cool things. And Cord did say earlier yesterday, question mark, on the official, or he said on the DDO side, I think it was on our side, that they probably will be doing December sales every week in December. So definitely save up some points. You'll want them. We have no idea what things they'll put on sale, but things that they have done put on sale in the past. Like deep discounts on races, deep discounts on classes, deep discounts on Valars. So that's a thing. But again, we don't know specifically what's going on sale. But I'm just, historically, that's what they've done. Elda is tempting us with food, and I'm like, I can't eat for another 2 hours. I hate you. Let's go back to Irish Tunnel and get some more XP. Okay, let's hop off the war steed because we don't need to be pelting through the thing here. Oh, it's a Holly Berry who's not my Holly Berry. My Holly Berry's well in bed by now. She's a daytime person. Deliver spiderlings into curiously empty webs in Westmead. Okay. I don't think I've actually done this part of the quest, or if I did, I don't remember it. You had to have real food. You had 2 servings of cake? That sounds like me. When I had my birthday cake, I cut it into very large pieces. And would have cake at whenever I felt like it, honestly. I'm not going to lie. Alright. Let's get some more XP. We haven't done Hallinards. It is better to do the gourds and goblins before you do the drinking one. I'm just saying. We'll go talk to Marigold in a minute. We are going to be doing the Bingo Boffin other quest because it's so sad. I mean, it's actually it's very much like an Edgar Allan Poe story. I mean, not quite as terrifying, but very sad and very tragic. It has a happy ending though. Well, sort of. It has a happy ending for the modern day folks, but for the folks in the actual story, not so much. Aww. And to me, that's a very Edgar Allan Poe sort of thing. I was doing pretty good with my... Magnus, win some more freaking points, dude! Magnus is pretty much shaking us down for points this weekend. Love it. Love it. Alright, let's do the Drankin, the Fognoggin Ale. A Stomp Shrew. Oh my god. The Ghost of the Ghost! Oh my god! And I love the callback to the Ghost of the Old Took quest. Oh my god. When we were in the Great Smeals, we could have actually started that quest. Hey, it's a spider! Like, I think if an elf drinks the thing, you sound more like you're Irish and you're super drunk. The Ghost of the Ghost is the best thing ever. Ah, it's a spooter. Okay, I'm missing one more. I don't think it was at the gates. I think it's just Ermintrude. Yeah, that's Ermintrude. Freshly baked pie! I'm gonna steal your pie! Pie. Blackberry. Oh, blackberry pie. Fuck. I want blackberry pie now. And then they do the like sound. I'm like, Why is my elf making that sound? That's a Hobbit thing. That would totally be a Hobbit thing. Hi, thief.
Oh, good day.
Okay, we are 2/3 of the way to level 120. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go talk to Marigold. On the misty path on the... Hi. So we're back to the Bingo Boffin quests. You want to know where this path goes? Cousin Bingo made me promise to stay in Westmead or we'd tell my mother and she'd be very cross. For now I should not follow this misty path. But you made no such promise, did you, huh? You should go see where it goes. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Ah! I've gotten turned around. Where am I? Oh my god, I'm on the back side of the freaking corn maze. This will be my last stream of the weekend, of course, because it is almost the end of the weekend. Hello. But I'll be streaming again on Thursday. I'll be doing some not Extra Life fundraising. I'll be just playing some Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. We beat the Tower of the Gods last time. It was actually quite fun. I love this game. So you should definitely turn out and hang out and shoot the shit and have a lot of fun. No, nothing cool to give away, but we're gonna have fun and just chill and have a great time. You'll see Thief Kitty, which is the reason anybody shows up here, right? Come on, y'all are here for the cat. I'm not upset. All right, got turned around. How delightful! It's spooky. Let's go tell Bingo what's going on. Hey, Bingo. Hey, Bingo. Okay, you're becoming worried. So the girls are enjoying this, but the boys are not. I noticed that's actually very interesting. That the girls are having fun in Westmead and the boys just not feeling it. Okay. So there's a curse at work, and if we remember, there was a curse last year. Because, again, bearing in mind, this stuff happened a year after the stuff we just did. Okay, the Potting Fog. Okay, making a mountain of a Shrewsboro. Maybe or maybe not. Remember that apparition we saw a year ago? Okay, speak to Walrick and see what's going on. Maybe Walrick will be willing to shut the party down if there's danger. Isn't it like, even if you play a Hobbit at the beginning of the game, the very first time you log in, you're going through the starting intro, you're sent on a quest to ask people what they think that Archer's in danger, and they all say no, it's fine, you're a rumor monger. Well, you're mongering the rumors again. Okay, we tell them some folks are enjoying the party. Okay, hobbits might once have lived among the trees here, because we also moved one or two low walls that could have belonged to hobbit homes, though the houses themselves are long gone. Take a look at the junk pile where we moved everything. It's in the southwest across the main path. And enjoy yourself! I would not have put so much work into this if I didn't love the spooky season so much. Hell yeah! That's the way of things. Let's put this as our quest focus. Which means there is no quest focus! Oh no! Junk pile's over here. A wooden sign. Eerie Acres. And you can read the actual Cleary, Cleary, Cleary's Acres, but they turn it into Eerie Acres. I don't know. Honestly, the sign as it is would be perfect. I don't know why they took it down. It says it was carved on the sign, but honestly, they both look like they're painted. Alright, let's go back and talk to Mr. Bingo. Bingo, there's scary shit going on here. And both Bingo Boffin questline, all Bingo Boffin questlines so far, have been written by Mr. Jeff Libby, aka Maid of Lions, aka what awesome dude who looks suspiciously like a very tall Bingo Boffin, except he's got a goatee last I saw him. Which is over a year ago. Year and a half, actually. Alright. You know, people, we've got 2 hours to go. If we can hit another $50, Elda can give away some more points. And y'all want points, don't you? You can use them. Stock up. I know people who farm points from streams when we give them away. Standing Stone has actually been super generous with points. Ugh. Nose. Oh my gosh, nose itchy. My nose is itching. Alrighty. Eerie Andy. I remember that TV show. Alright. This field may be called Wistmead now, but at some point in its history it must have been called Eerie Acres. We have wandered right into the waiting jaws of the curse! Tell Welrick that we may be in danger! We must cancel the celebration at once! Because, of course, the Spectre was talking about the curse of Eerie Acres. Absolutely not! Why should I do that? A malevolent force has declared that no one in this shire will escape the curse of Eerie Acres, and you found proof. As once known by that name, at Wistmead. What nonsense. I know the sign. It stood by the western path out of the clearing. It has not been thought of by anyone for a very long time. No one objected when we pulled it from the ground and tossed it aside, did they? The whole place has been uninhabited for dozens of years at least, and no hobbits have called this place Eerie Acres since then. Take my word on it. I'm sure somebody's playing a prank on you. If that Bingo Boffin put you up to this, you can just go and tell him his plan to ruin my festival has failed. That is all I will say about it. Why does Bingo keep getting me in trouble with people? He's good at that. He excels at that. Alright, let's go. Of course he did. That is just the sort of day I'm having. What am I looking for in the look of a hammer? Generally something that's more like a mallet than a ball peen or claw hammer. An actual mallet. If you know, kind of like the hammers you see in World of Warcraft. If truth be told. Something with a big... but one-handed. Pam! Okay. Your cousin yelled and threw a tantrum at you. Something's not right. The curse is to blame. Okay, oh no, the curse is real. Now what? Bingo, what you got for me, sir? We have to get to the bottom of this. Let's go and talk to... we know the name Cleary. Let's go to the town hall in Mickle Delving. Yes, consult the mayor. To Mickle Delving we go. You can use the pony over there, or you can just go back this way. Hey, there's somebody from Luinori's kinship. Might be one of Luinori's alts. Is there a gold or silver preference? Generally, silver is my preference. Because it goes better with blue, in my opinion. Alright. Warsty time! Is there somewhere you can post a screenshot? Ginger, are you in my Discord? You can post it there. Otherwise, someone will have to permit you to post a screenshot. Yeah, silver hammers. See? Here, let me permit Ginger. There. You can post for 3 minutes without getting timed out. By the Moobot, the mooest of bots. Appreciate you all being here tonight. I know you've got plenty of choices of fun LotRO streamers to watch. And again, thank you to Jinkies for sending your crew on in. And everybody for sticking around. We're here for a worthy cause of getting this character leveled to 120 and maybe 121 if we're super duper lucky tonight and not run into every damn thing. I remember when this place didn't have so many things on the lawn. Alright, let's talk to the mayor.
Hello there.
Okay. How we doing? Hobbit named Cleary? Is that his first name or his surname? Cleary somebody. Could have left some stuff up in the Matham house. Let's go talk to the Matham keeper. Mr. Brombard Foxtail. Sounds familiar. All right. All right. Check with the postmaster. His occupation requires that he have thorough knowledge of Hobbit names and addresses. If anyone knows of a Cleary in the Shire, he is just the Hobbit to know. Alright, let's go talk to the postmaster. Ow. Bum, 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 bum.
It's been a foul day, it has.
Dear, I hope you seek word of one house in Cleary. That is an unexpected joy! At last! I thought this day would never come, and I would go to my grave with this task unfulfilled, and one more disappointer in a long line of shamed postmasters. But it is not to be. The mail shall at last be delivered! When I first came to work at delivering the mail, when I was just a young hobbit, old Ned Harfoot, the postmaster, showed me the ropes. It took me a few weeks to learn the ins and outs of the quick post, and I never forgot his lessons. One day he took me down to the basement and showed me the box of old envelopes. These letters ain't ever been delivered, Hugo, he said to me. But my old boss told me we weren't to throw 'em away. Could be one day we'll find out how to deliver them, and maybe when that day comes, the Quick Post will have truly earned a fine reputation, even if it puts the lie to its name. Well, Ned passed on not long after that, and I took a vow to keep those undelivered letters safe until my own time was up or the intended recipient came to claim them. It seems to me that you might be the closest person we're likely to get to Halston Cleary. If you're willing to follow me, I will show you these stacks of undelivered letters and you can decide what to do with them. Let me know. We're going into the post office! This is so cool. Follow me. After all these times. Okay. You can go inside the post office. Wait. Ah! I want to see this. This is the map of Ravanian. With Rohan on it. This map is soon going to be wrong. Or this map will soon become a fine collectible, if you can find one. Because eventually, it's on Bull Roar, or was on the past 2 weeks of Bull Roars. The Ravanian map cuts off at the bottom of Southern Mirkwood here. And like all of the Rohan stuff is on its own separate map. So cool. I just like looking around this area. These are my favorite. I want these boxes. Surprising absolutely no one. Here's a map of Middle Earth. I'm gonna jump on the table. Let me jump on the table. Gosh darn it. Because here's Mordor. The Bay of Belfalas, the Misties, the White Mountains, Mirkwood, Eriador. What I'm trying to see is does it actually have the real name on it? I don't think it would be the words in English, though. Well, it probably could. That's the old map of the Shire. This is the new map of the Shire. This is the old map of the Shire. And I understand the folks who want to have the old maps. It'd be nice to have that as a toggle. I wonder what this map is under here. Anyway, I'm sorry, Postman Proudfoot. Alright, old letters on the table in the basement. Look through them and... We at the Quick Post do not advocate looking through people's mail. But these are so old there should be no harm in it. Okay. I do wonder about the pattern of his clothes. It's like, here, look at my butt. And there's the old map of Bree. So apparently a lot of people put in bug reports on that particular map. However, we'll see something cool here in a minute. All right, you'll return in a few minutes. However, what you want to do, you want to come up here. I think you have to actually read one of them before you can do this. Ginger sent us stuff. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. That's probably about the best we're gonna be able to find. You like to borrow that rug? Hell yeah, it's a nice rug. Okay. Okay, notice he's got a blue ring. This, ladies and gentlemen and others, is what we call an Easter egg. This is made of lions being a little bit of a jerk. A crafted hammer? I'll have to go look. I hadn't actually looked on my weaponsmith or my woodworker to see what kind of hammers they can make. But that's probably something I'm going to do later tonight. So, many players came down here, saw that, and put in bug reports. And then after you read the first letter, you come back up here, and then you can see this this little notice that they know it's backwards. It's not a bug. It's working as intended. This is why Made of Lions is my favorite. He's so good. Okay, back to the letters. So they apparently did meet up. Uh-oh, your neighbors have been saying bad things? Can I fight them? Can I get a brawler? Can Ivy Redsmith have become a brawler and kick some butt for him? Aww. So it's like they're not sweeties, but definitely good friends. And it's possible they could have become sweeties if, you know, if they could have met up some more. Yeah. Yeah, I have all the crafts up to Minas Ithil, so I'll be able to find it, I'm sure. Alright, she's gonna promise to see him as soon as the winter ends. But will it ever end? I don't know, maybe Jadis the White Witch is in town. Oh, pardon me. Hey. she started using his first name. All right. And once you finish the last envelope, you can't get that side, the Easter egg. So how'd it go? The letters are indeed very old. It seems that Ivy and Halson lived during the time of the long winter, which gripped the Shire more than 250 years ago. That winter was the longest ever recorded, and it was followed by in the days of Darth, a period of famine and unhappiness the like of which has never been seen again. It is said that many hobbits died during that winter and the food shortage that followed. I hope that fate did not befall Ivy or Halson, but if there are no further letters, it seems likely that they came to sad ends. I wonder why those letters were never delivered. The hobbits of the Quick Post must have had their hands full just trying to survive the long winter, but still I would have expected them to make an effort, at least before it became clear the winter was worse than usual. It does strike me as somewhat odd that the letters that predate the snows were not delivered. We've only uncovered more questions! Yeah, it does seem like that they most likely both died in the famine.
Wow, the gall of some folk.
Yeah, no kidding. We run a respectable post here, and I would have said we always have done. But these undelivered letters seem to cast some doubt on my shame, to my shame and that of my predecessors. Why would those letters not be delivered? At any rate, we do not keep records of home ownership at the Quick Post, but there is a small chance that someone might know the state of the Cleary farmhouse, even if knowledge of its one-time resident has been lost through the ensuing years. That was so long ago. But speak of Clem Underhill, the escrow broker here in Mickle Delving. He may know if the deed of the Cleary farmhouse ever changed hands, and if the land was sold, he might tell you the name of the current owner, if there is one. And this is the only time you ever get to talk to the escrow broker for a quest. Ever.
Just a moment.
Oh, that goes back quite a way. Almost 300 years, if I remember aright. The records from those days are rather incomplete, but there is a deed for a parcel of land in that name. It is a wooded lot, yes? I've had no cause to go out there, but the description makes it sound quite deep in the forest. Near Weller Goldworthy's new cleared field of Wistmead, isn't it? That is an interesting coincidence, since the field has only recently been put to use after being left alone for so long. There have been no transactions related to that parcel, so I expect if it was owned by a Cleary once, then it must be owned by a Cleary still. A descendant, surely, though that is a long time for anyone to stay in one place without interacting with his neighbors. That is no way to live, not for any respectable hobbit. It must do you some harm, surely, to see only the faces of your family and no others. Damn, that's hitting. Damn, that's hitting. Hello, pandemic face. And who would take care of you in your twilight days until finally your last day arrives and you meet it alone? Ugh. Mayhap it's just the time of the year, but thinking about this sends a chill down my spine and raises the hairs on my feet. Sounds like a spooky harvest festival story to me and not something that could happen to real folk in the Shire. Cannot say as I like it. I hope it was a help to you, and I would like to think no more of these troubling thoughts. Oh, man. All right, let's go back to bingo. Let's bounce off of all of the things here. Because war steeds do not exactly turn on a dime. I want to know how the elves didn't know about the sunflowers. Remember that from the Spring Festival? Like, you know, they traveled all over the planet and they never saw the sunflowers in the Shire. They never been to the Shire. Come on. Alright, we got about an hour and 20 to go. Technically, it wasn't a 12-hour marathon because I did take an hour for lunch because I'm not inhuman. I personally believe that that sort of notion of like streaming for 12 plus hours at a stretch without taking breaks is very unhealthy. So I did want to build a break into the party. Okay. Oh, we need to talk to Bingo in Westmead, not here. Okay. Fosco yelled at you again? Oh my god. The spectral vision you saw must be related in some way to Halson Cleary, and somehow he managed to put a curse on the Shire. None but one will laugh when all is done. That must refer to the ghost of Halson Cleary, scorned and forgotten by his neighbors. In fact, that may very well be why the Boffin boys are so uncharacteristically angry. The ghostly haunt has affected them without their knowing, and the close proximity to the Cleary farm has inflamed their tempers. Okay. The perfect Hobbit's going with me because Bingo is an idiot and doesn't realize what's going on. Okay, we need to be prepared to deal with some frightening apparitions. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Take Dinadas with me. He's not frightened of anything. Uh-huh. He would disbelieve it goes right to his face. And think his clear head might be the secret to dispelling this curse. Find Dinadas by the fire and let's go. None but one. Oh, Dinadas! I got drinks. Sunflowers, the plot hole you could drive a moon back through. Yep. But it was kind of cute. There is a recipe for a silver hammer, but it is a single-use recipe and you only have one. If you can tell me what the recipe is, you should be able to link the wiki in here. Before you try to link it, let me make sure that the wiki is in my whitelist. I think it is. The ironic thing is my own Moobot isn't the first one that comes up when I start typing in Moobot in Google search. The LotRO and then the Signum ones show up first. Funny. Whitelisted links. Yeah, the wiki is whitelisted, so you should be able to post without Moobot getting fussy. Hi, Thiefer. Okay. You explained Bingo's idea that a ghost is responsible for the haunting of Westmead, and he wants you and Dinadas to travel through the woods to the Cleary farm to dispel the curse. Dinadas laughs and then a smile. You're serious? Oh no! Is there no way to get out of this? I shared my secret to you in confidence. I do not fear nothing. I fear everything. But if I tell Cousin Bingo the truth, he will know my secret, and I will be revealed as a liar. If I do not tell him, I will have to brave the spooky forest and risk the ghostly curse. This is terrible. There's nothing for it, I suppose. The path is foggy, so you should pick up this torch and use it to light the way. I'll be right behind you, but I'm not happy about it. Not at all. Well, maybe, Dinidas, you shouldn't have been a lying McLiar pants. I got your paws. Hi. Hello. Yep, sit on the table. Silver Ilex hammer. I don't know how to link it from the wiki. You just copy and paste. But Silver Ilex hammer, I can go look for it. Hi. Hi. Actually. Yeah. Pick up the torch and let's go. Thank you, Elda. Let me pop that up so I'll just have it sitting there bright as hell. Alright, let's go this way. Hey, look! 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 It's the torch! Hi, Marigold. This was a bad idea and I regret it already. Let's turn around and tell Bingo we didn't find anything. What do you say? I know he's depending on us, but he doesn't have all the information, does he? He thinks I don't believe in ghosts. And not only that, he thinks they will be an advantage to us on this endeavor. But he's mistaken. Won't my belief in haunts, specters, and ghostly apparitions serve as an even worse disadvantage? Oh, you got a harumph out of that guy. We can keep going. I'm not happy. You're not happy. Yes, you do have to keep going. Come on. It's called Dauntwood, by the way, in the corner up here on the upper right by the map. Is that a farmhouse? Man, it looks even spookier in the per pixel lighting attenuation. Oh, this looks so much better. I could play with that for days. Okay, let's go to this side of the thing. We don't want to talk about things encroaching upon the rear. Come on. This is a children's show. It's not, actually. You were hoping it was locked. We really have to go down. This is like going into my basement right here at the house. I feel this pain. No worries, Ginger. You're all good. I still have a torch. Ah! It's the cat! It's Green Eyes from the Scary Story! Oh no, Longo Proudfoot! Trapped in his larder. Honestly, this is like going through, fish! Fish! I wish I could fish in this. So some of these won't make sense if you have only done one or two of the stories from the Hobbit children. But if you do them all, then you'll know what's they're all about. Ooh. He turns away. Ah! It's the Hobbit got turned into a scarecrow. This feels like the Mr. Toad's Wild Ride at Disneyland. How it's so structured to where you can go. So it fits in such a small space. I can go on ahead? Sure. Ah! And that's the unfortunate thing, is if you're not really paying attention to when you're going through this, you'll miss, like, half of the things. You have to listen to that slight tick sound. So yeah, that's Minas Tirith. And a thief kitty. And a portrait of the Holland Gate from the Moria key art. This is my favorite, of course, because you know me, I love crystals. Hi, Kit. Hello, kitty. A map of Rohan. Ah! It's all turned upside down! Not turned upside down, but askew. Oh, look, there was a kitty cat there. Thief, get off the keyboard. I'm not sure how all these stairs fit inside the farmhouse. It looked quite smaller on the outside, didn't it? Wink. Oh, why can't things just be as they appear? We have to keep going. Next year will be that spooky building is not actually scary or as haunted as I appeared. Here's hoping. Alright, the main room of the farmhouse. And this is where having names on is important. And this is creepy as hell. I love it. Not gonna lie, I just love it. Oh no, my torch went out! Hello? Are you awake, sir? Ah! He is quite dead. This is Halson Cleary. Huh. He's rather tall for a Hobbit specter, right? A whole brood of boffins are here! Stop right there! I did some thinking, and I said I could not let you and young Dinadas face this danger alone. So I set my misgivings aside and prepared to follow the two of you. And don't you know, but my other cousins had much the same idea. Something about this spirit story strikes me as quite suspicious. I think we should get to the bottom of it, and at once! I don't believe you are, Halsey Clary, at all. Uh-oh, my XP's about to go wear off. You are something else. You are well read for one of the hole dwellers. Uh-huh. I am the skulking iron. I speak for he who no longer can. Alright. Now, the thing here is you can pretty much just send them all off at once. And so they'll just read the stories. You don't have to wait for each one to get done. So if you want to hurry it up. Stop this nonsense at once! Enough! This is the best line ever. You strike me as a barrow down sort of chap. That is the best thing ever. Ah, Bathivi. Yay, we did it! Okay, before we travel, I want to get another XP tome. You think so, Thiefy? You think so? Pop on your head. Do I have any XP? I do. Oh, I have. Oh, no. Hey, get back here. I have a couple of 200%ers. And let's pop a hundo. Let's use this one. Oh, bound to an unknown player. That's unfortunate. Yay, we defeated the Skulking Ire! I could have done more to help Halson Cleary. Well, he's been dead for 200 and some odd years. I shall inquire with the mayor, and perhaps a quick post can be made to foot the bill. Had they delivered Ivy Ridsmith's letters, some measure of pain might have been avoided. No, I will not judge postmasters long gone. The Skulking Ire had a hand in their dereliction of their duty. Aww. Aww. Very sad. If only Celandine had been here. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll tell her, sure. Okay, let's go. Yeah, XP! And then we'll get the massive XP for finishing the meta. None but one. Alright. 24 Fall Festival tokens. Hell yeah. The curse of the Eerie Acres has been dispelled! Alright. Hobbit-sized spooks and scares are more to your liking. Same with me, Bingo. I'm with ya. You want to look into these spider pies everybody's talking about? Yeah, go. You get you some pie, buddy. And we are basically, you can't see the LotRO store button, but the amount of XP I have to ding is as wide as the LotRO store button on a regular non-edited thing. So we have done a ton of stuff in Wispy. We still have an hour to go, actually. So, fam, what should we do? What should we do? Let's go look at my quest log, see what I got to do. I got a lot of stuff I can do. But I want to do something that is going to get me some XP. So I'm behind on the Black Book of Mordor. I could start the... this would actually help because this is technically above my level. And I could start getting some runes. Hello. And some boots. Hell yeah. A couple more burrow quests. Do I have them? Let's go look. We'll get the ding, and then we will head over and actually continue the interlude at the Shades in the Swamp quest, because it'll be fun. And a little bit depressing. And more ghosts involved! Ghosts are good. Hello. Horse butt. Okay. What's her name's on? Polo Proudfoot, what you got for me?
Could I take a moment of your time?
Rattling. Roaring.
Stay and have some tea.
Or wailing.
Good day. Might I have a word with you? Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
Bog down in the valley, yo. Hey ho, the rattling bog, rattling in the the rattling in the attic, the rattling in the attic. Might be some chains in the middle of the ceiling. Hey ho, the rattling bog down in the valley, yo. Hey ho, the rattling bog down in the valley, yo. Achoo! Oh no, something's coming! Ah! It's a ghost. Seriously. Auto attack. I'm not really a monster! Wouldn't it be cool if we get these costumes as outfits? That would be cool. Alright. Let's do these three because they sound pretty easy and simple. Thank you, Griffin, for the pointer. We did it! We dinged! Okay. However, we need to go to 121. Just so you know. That's what we're here for. What was I doing? Oh. There. That'll take me. Alright, let's go. I want to talk to Leggy. We'll talk to him in a minute. I want to get these three done because, these two done, because that'll be some good stuff. Roaring in the Cobweb Link. The Cobweb Wing, I should say. Link. I said Link, didn't I? I said Link. Weird. Let me in. Let me in. It's a good thing they don't scale, right? Ugh. It's a jar of honey. There's gotta be a bear! Roar, slobber, slaver, drool, grr, grr, arg. Or I'm hungry. They're level 10, so come on. It's only a Hobbit playing a silly prank. I'm trying to remember. You can't go back out that way. I can use this. It's got a half-hour cooldown. But it'll hurry things up. I think you get the bear mask. I think there are bear masks in-game that you can get. But not the entire outfit. I'm not too fussed about going to the back room because you only get like 3 tokens out of it.
Hello there.
Alright, 2 of 3 done. And if I can find my freaking cursor.
Hello there. Might I speak with you?
Alright, let's do the last one. And then we'll go talk to some more ghosts. In the creeping wing. Let me through. I'm thinking the thing I need to fight is over here. Yep. It's over here. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Here I'm playing. Okay, so where are we? Came in here. Ah! It's like, how do you get up here into... Why is that one room called the attic when it's clearly not the attic? Okay. Here. Polo! Marco!
A lovely day, isn't it?
Okay, that was a good chunk of change. So all we have left is the one that's the race, and I don't feel like doing it. Not gonna lie. Okay, and there's this one over here for the trick-or-treating one. I don't want to do that one either. Unless there's like a crap ton of XP for it, and I don't think there is, per se. Besides, we can actually go talk to more ghosts. Ah! So we need to go to an awesome place. We're going to go to the Bjorninghus. To do that, to start getting there, we are going to not go to Thorin's Gate. We are going to go to Bree. I honestly don't care about the tokens because there was absolutely nothing that I wanted in the rewards. I wasn't doing the festival to do the festival. I was doing the festival just for something Halloweenish to do. And there's probably a crap ton of people here that I can't see. That they'll spawn in. Everybody's in their underwear. These all me friends right here. There's TD. Oh man, there's Tokley. There's Danny and Kelly. Wolf. Teeny. Animal House is playing, by the way. If you want some awesome music, come over here and listen to Animal House. Got Danny over there. Ooh, I can't see everybody. So I'm going to be back here by midnight. I'll actually be switching alts before that. So I'm going to play probably a half hour of the quest line. Get some more XP. I don't think I'm going to hit 121 in half an hour. It's just not even with all the XP I got going on. But that will give this character some time to earn some XP and get closer to 121. And then once I get her to 121, I'll probably do that tomorrow night after work. This is where my graphics card is just not keeping up with the game. TD, don't ever do that again. Alright, let's get back to... Can I get to... yes, I can get the Holtvist from here. Let's go to Holtvist. Alright, we're gonna go up to the Bjorninghus. War seeding through breed faster than the texture load. Yeah, that happens. Okay, one thing I'm actually gonna do, and I should have done earlier, is untrack these. Because they're not gathering any more XP. Yeah. Alright, here we are. Okay, we can talk to Legolas at the Forest Gate, so we can do that real quick. Because that's some XP right there. We get to listen to amazing music by Mr. Bill Champagne. And let's turn our nameplates back on. Because we've got some amazing, impressive guests here making Grimbjorn cranky. The Lady Arwen herself. Master Elrond, Glorfindel. Elrond is not in his library! What's wrong with the world? Oh no! So I am going to get about a half hour, half hour into this interlude here in a minute. But I do want to get the intro because it's like quick and easy.
I see you received my father's request.
Okay. Let's go back to Dr. Grimbjorn. Or Grumpy Bjorn, as I like to call him. Grumpyorn? Grumpyorn sounds like a good name. Let's just run over elves. It's like pedestrian polo, right? There's some good XP.
My decision still stands. The woodmen live nigh to the Gladden Fields. They will be the first affected.
Okay, let's go back down to Holtvist. We were just there.
I have slain goblins today. Can you say the same?
No, but I beat up some hobbits. That's always fun. We've done pretty well. We raised $100 today for Extra Life. Very happy about that. Got 2 more hundred to go to meet the goal, which will probably hit hopefully next week. I'll be doing 5 hours on the official on Friday because Corey will be out, so I'll be taking his spot as usual. And that's how that goes. I get to beat up on orcs? Hell yeah! Let's go beat up on some orcs. That's what we can always kill the sheep too. You can kill the sheep here. I do not recommend. It's not very nice. Ah, you killed my horsey. Hi. He's got a lot of XP. I might die. There we go. So this character is like supremely underleveled or underpowered for her level. So this might be an adventure. fighting the orcs across the river. And then once I hit 121, I can redo my LIs, and that's going to get me a damage boost. And then I can start farming gear. What kind of gear am I wearing, by the way? I've got my XP earrings, $2.99. I basically have the stuff that I picked up. I did some questing, so I got some quest items from the Ironfold and stuff. But most of my stuff is Ironfold. Yeah, a 105 cloak, that's awesome. Yeah. Chat. Hang on, chat. Hang on. I'm reminded. I'm 120 now. I can equip 120 gear. I have all this 120 gear I can now wear. Hell yeah! It's only slightly better. That's a loss of vitality, actually. That's not better. Okay, let's take a look at the gloves. Definitely an improvement. Hey, here's a hammer. What does it look like? That's actually not bad. That's actually not bad. Ah! It's a Rohirric looking hammer, though. That is not bad. Let me look at it stats-wise. It would definitely be an improvement over the offhand that I have. And also, I get a bow. Also an an improvement. New pocket item. And find Madam Hunter's gloves. Okay. Let's put these on. Let me put the Madam Hunters on first. Because those are legendary. Hell yeah. So I can just sell this. Okay. Crossbow is definitely better than the bow. This one has better vitality, though. Oh, you putz. I don't wanna... Though... Okay. I want to take this out and put this there. There we go. Yeah, I like the Lesser Valorous Mace of Fate more than the hammer. Unfortunate. That's unfortunate! Definitely an improvement for that. There we go. That gave me a bunch of better stuff. So, that'll be better. Yeah, you should come out and quest. Actually, I'm gonna get off the horse and just run up here. So I'll have a little bit better chance with these dudes that we're about to face. Because we gotta go kill some orcs. Horse, not orcs. Very different. And this music by Bill is awesome. There you. You do the bleed. There we go. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, by the way, you can headbutt people. It does nothing! I don't care! It's funny! And there's actually, I have a nefarious reason for why I'm playing this character, besides the fact that, hello, XP weekend, get your XP on an alt that's not your main, who's level capped, is I want to understand how yellow line legacies work. So I can help somebody with a screenshot of appraised allies. No, 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 no. Oh, he healed to full, you motherfucker. I should have hit him with a Horn of Gondor. Oh, now he's absorbing everything? Rude! That's because he's got this. Well, I got this. Kazade Menu! Aha! Horn of Gondor, bitches. And I got enough in red line that I can Xing Xing, which... Well, no, actually, Xing Xing is yellow line. Never mind. I have enough in yellow line on my main to Xing Xing, but Raging Blade is not a red line. It's a yellow line. Okay, I don't want to hit 3 at once because they'll murder me. So let's go over and hit this one over here. And this is why champions have bows. Oh, that was pretty cool. All right. I need 2 more. There's 3 there. Oh, there's 1 here. We'll get this 1 over here. And then we'll hit the 1 over there in the corner. Ah! I didn't get the Horn of Gondor off in time. Good night, Ginger. Appreciate you being here. My bracing heal is actually... Bracing attack heal is actually pretty good on this character. Probably I don't have much health to heal, so, you know. How much is it doing? 35% of morale. Well, I don't know. Okay, there we go. Maybe I should eat something. I've got cram. I'm a dwarf. I like cram. Okay, I don't like it, but I will put up with it. It's functional. It does the job. Okay, since I'm here, I can kill 6 more orcs, and I can complete that other quest at the same time. I'm thinking we should do that. It's 6 more orcs, people. It'll be awesome. 5 more orcs to kill. Caught you! Got you that time, you little jerk. Hell yeah. Where are you? I don't think I actually have any really cool crossbow appearances on this account. This one, actually, this crossbow, kind of like it. Lag! Oof. That could have gone badly. What do I got here? Oh. Alright, just need one more. Let's just find somebody off by himself. This guy looks like he's in need of some pummeling. Except I'm not a brawler, I'm a champion! There we go. Free XP. Hell yeah. Alright, let's... Oh, now I have to defeat Shades in the Gladden Fields? Okay. Ooh, Old Elven Parchment. Hello. Starting new quests. Alas, no voiceover. We are bereft of voiceover. I think the Shades will be the last quest we get to do. We're gonna take the scenic route to get there. A shortcut. Nope, we're not taking the scenic route. We're taking the swift travel. I.e., we're running down the feed. Jump in the river! Whee! This is probably the first bath this dwarf has had in a year. Turtle, toads, and marsh tender. I just want something that's not frog related. Here we go. And it starts another quest. Excellent. Let's take your quest too! All right. Appreciate y'all being here. Appreciate you for the raid, Jinkies. And if you like what you see, like my sort of shenaniganery, I stream Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays as the days I don't actually work. And yeah. So I will be doing a special Wednesday stream, I believe, on the Gundabad launch date. Might be a happening thing. I don't think you count. I don't think you're a spirit. I don't think you count. Wait. Nope, you do count. Let's get you. There we go. Uh-oh. I aggroed the bog lurker. This could go badly. I don't know how I can apply a bleed to a creature that has no blood, but hey, whatever works. I'm gonna wait a second to heal back up. Oh, lost spirit, come here. Come on, get over here. Come on, get down here. Ow. Bleeding ecto. If something happens you can't explain, wizards did it. Hell yeah. Uh-oh, 2 for 1 day at the Circle K. Shing shing, boys and girls. Oh, let me do a heal pot. Just in case. Alright, somebody's calling me from the northwestern thing. We can actually do this quest real fast. Maybe. Maybe. And welcome, Delrin. How are you? Hope you're doing okie dokie. There's a Glad and Gloom water. Those things are nasty. Okay.
I think the orcs were trying.
There we go. That's a good chunk of XP. I'm over halfway to 121. That's awesome. Oh, we gotta help you with the thing? Hell yeah.
It was a man.
Because I get one of these!
Must have been in life.
I'm gonna talk to Gandalf. Ah, let me go. Let me go. Okay, let me finish killing lost spirits. That's a wandering gloom. That's another quest. They're all around me. You don't count anymore. So I just need 7 lost spirits. And then I can complete this other quest. But it's also quarter till, so that's unfortunate. Alright. I'm gonna keep to my plan because I do want to get back to Bree. Because midnight is the time when the bards, beards, and longbeards take the stage at the Prancing Pony. And I do want time to switch over to that. Alright. Just fish your D&D group for the evening. You give LotRO a try. Well, if you've never played LotRO before, now is the best time to join the party. Because they are currently doing a thing where if you sign into an account, log into the game, go to the in-game store, which is the LotRO store, and go to redeem code, and enter the code LotRO Quest 2021, and unlock all of the currently existing quest packs, which are the non-expansion quests, forever. So if you didn't know about that code, get that code on your account, even if you're VIP or intending to be VIP, because shit happens in life and you may have to stop being VIP. And with that code, you get to keep the quest. So it's really cool. You got it? Awesome. It's a tree! Ah! I'm going to turn in that one quest if I don't get knocked off my horse. There's more of them. That's okay. I should be able to ride past them. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Thing is, you need to be out of combat if you want to talk to a stable master, so... Oh, we're good. We're good! I'll turn in that one quest, and then, I'll show you my other favorite thing about LotRO.
There is always more to be done.
Of course there is, but I'm not going to help you right now. So, great progress today on this character. I mean, we was mostly to 119. So we finished 118, got all of 119 done, and we're halfway through 120, so that's pretty gosh darn cool. Pardon me. And this is the part where you gotta wait for things to spawn in. And we did $100 of damage to my extra life goal. Yes, it is plural, Griffin-Storm. LotRO, that's exactly right. LotRO Quests 2021. And if you play DDO, Dungeons & Dragons Online, Standing Stone's other game, they have DDO Quest 2021 for their store too. Does the same thing. maybe. Told the tale of the hate-filled shade. Gandalf's like, the fuck? Sauron is gone. Nazgul with him. Must be something else. And this Shades in the Swamp story was so good. And the ensuing Black Book of Mordor. It was so good. Let's go talk to Elrond. Okay. Whether it be one shade or two at work in the Vales, there's two. Vigari the Wanderer made me no harm, but this other one kind of makes us wander. You miss your library. That's like the so freaking meta thing about this. I miss my library. Elrond, you dork. BBB is hosting a Sam Haines Smash Night at midnight at the Pony. So, new music. So, don't want to take too much longer. I do want to switch over. And that's the other fun thing about LotRO is I'm in the music community.
I told you I encountered this shade long ago.
Okay.
It is true.
I get both of them. Nice. All right. You cast the spell of banishment on the shade in advantage. You believed it had been gone for good. So there's two shades going on here, and you want to figure out who they both are. So, we have a quest. I'm going to take the quest, but I'm not going to do the quest. I am, however, going to open up these boxes. They're 116, so I might as well open them. And I get... Ooh! I got a legendary! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! That's nice. I'm not going to use it on this character. I will, however, put them in my vault. Because they're bound to a count, which is really nice. So I can use this on the next 116 plus character I get. Come on, game, stop it. Stop. Go in there. There we go. And we'll put these in there too. I got a legendary! Woot! Well, see, Griffin-Storm, if you make a second account, put the code on it. And it's there for you later. Anyway, we are going to pop out this character. Did a lot of awesome things on her. And we are going to go switch to my LMB alt. And I'm going to call it at that point because I don't want to stream any longer. I've been streaming so long. So thank you, everybody, for being here. For those of you who've been here all freaking day, much love. I'm also going to take the next few minutes to, use the restroom because I've been in this chair since 6:30. So I want to get up and stretch a little bit before the show. So if you want to listen to an amazing concert, a Halloween concert, come to the Prancing Pony on Landreval and listen to the Bards, Beers, and Longbeards. I'm going to hop in there and on my LMB alt and play the outro here. And come hang out with us and listen to the amazing music that they're about to play. I'm not playing. I'm just here and hang out. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting Extra Life. Thank you, Elda, for running giveaways, so I didn't have to. I hope you enjoyed watching me play DDO and Ark and the reading The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Hell yeah. You was a pumpkin jam earlier? Nice. Well, come to the BBB because they're naughty. And the game is really lagging. And so that's another thing that I want to get the stream shut down for is simply the fact that XSplit is also a memory hog. So I'm running two apps that are memory hogs. It's amazing. All right, let's go on over to Phoenixa, who is my LNB alt. And I appreciate you all being here. So my next stream will be Thursday. 8 o'clock Eastern time. I'll be playing Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. So it's fun. It's chill. You can listen to me cussing at Ganon. We're about to start the second major leg of the story. We just learned about... we just went through the Tower of the Gods and picked up the Master Sword. Hi, Elda. And the game is, like, seriously lagging. I'm not going to have time to pee before the show, which makes me sad. But hey, this is what wireless headphones are made for. You can listen to the music while I'm sitting... Okay. Wow. Ugh, the client is loading. It's taking its sweet old time. Ugh. LotRO has been particularly weird of late, so that might be my system, though. But thank you all so much for the donos tonight. We did $100 of damage today. Awesome. Awesome sauce. And so I'll be sending it thank you notes. By the way, if you donated to Extra Life to any of the LotRO streamers, or DDO streamers, who are participating on Team Standing Stone, go to the link in !rewards. Either one will do, and hit up Cordovan on the forums, send him a PM, and say, hey, I donated to Druid's Fire on this day and this amount, and he will get you in-game, and this is the things I want off the community loot list, and he'll get you hooked up. The terms and conditions and the dates of when things are going to happen are in the links, so do the thing with the thing. You know what? I need to find Aiden. That's, where's Aiden? That's not Aiden. Where's Aiden? Where is Aiden? He's over here. And they're playing the Ghostbusters thing, which means I'm going to get DMCA'd. There's TD. There's more TDs. There's lots of TDs around. Where is Aiden? You dork. Well, I don't want to get DMCA'd. Not that I will, honestly. Of all the weird stuff we play on this, in the LotRO music community, I have not gotten even so much as a copyright notice. Well, I have, but they've always been saying something like, oh, hey, you need to edit this video. So turn off the in-game music. This is the only time I recommend turning off the in-game music. And hang out. So, thank y'all for being here. I'm going to sit here on my Lysan. This is where I always sit. And I will talk to you all at another time. So, be good. And if you can't be good at it. And thank you very much for helping out and being here for my Halloween Eve marathon. Raising money for the fine folks at Extra Life. So, it's for a good cause. And I'll be back doing this again on Friday on the official for 5 hours. And then Saturday, I'll be taking part in the LotRO stream, official LotRO stream marathon at some point in the evening. I've threatened to thumb wrestle Cordovan. I've offered to thumb wrestle him to see who gets to be the closer, but it's his channel. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Anyway, bye. Ending thing. Clicky. Boop. And XSplit is, there we go. Bye.